Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, it is my great honor today to welcome you to this quite important conference on behalf of Croatian Academy of Engineering and on behalf of CAETS. As you all probably know, CAETS is an international organization that binds together academies of engineering from around the world. It is an independent organization, and one of the conditions for the membership is that there should be only one academy per country. And currently, we are having 31 members. And after tomorrow, I hope we'll have 2 more. Poland will be returning, and Singapore will join CAETS. CAETS was founded in 1978 under the name that I will not read. It changed name in 1985 to Council of Academies, and in 2000 this international was added at the beginning. Croatian Academy of Engineering was founded in 1993. It celebrated its 30 years of existence exactly this year. We are a member of CAETS since year 2000, and this is our current inventory of members. Well, I mostly appreciate those 59 at the end, because those are members from industry which make us possible. We are not funded by the government. We don't get a single euro from the government budget, and without them we would be non-existing organization. These are our departments. It's 14 of them. Of course, I will not go through all of them, but you see that they cover all branches of engineering and technological sciences. As for Croatia, where we welcome you warmly today, this is a small country, South Central Europe, let's say less than 4 million of population, less than 60,000 square kilometers. It's been independent since 1991, member of UN since 1992, and EU member since 2013. As of this year, we are officially in Schengen, so some of you had a fortune to not showing the passports when entering the country, and we are also using euro as a currency. Life here began some 130,000 years ago. There is an important finding of Neanderthal settlement near Zagreb. We had a long period of a Roman government. This, what you see on the slide, is not Rome, it's not Colosseum, but this is arena in the city of Pula. And it is said that we are here since 7th century. This iconic image of our painter Oton Iveković depicts the arrival of Croats from the north of the Europe and their first glimpse at the Adriatic Sea. This is 14 centuries of history on a single slide. We started as an independent country, then we united with Hungary and lived, let's say 400 years under their rule. Next 400 years were spent under the rule of Habsburg monarchy. All that time, well, when other European countries had luxury to fight amongst each other, we were fighting as ante murale Christianitatis, the forefront of Christianity. We are actually defending the rest of the Europe against the Turks. After the First World War, when Austro-Hungarian Empire dissolved, we joined with Serbs and Slovenes into a kingdom which was soon to be called Yugoslavia. We had not so independent state of Croatia during the World War II, which was collaborating with Axis powers, but at the same time, Croats were in huge numbers fighting for the most efficient resistance movement in occupied Europe. Yugoslav partisans with the power which, well, gained strength of 650,000 armed fighters by the end of 1944, and were organized in 4 army groups and 52 divisions. So it was rather logical that we'll continue as Yugoslavia after the war until the independence in 1991, which regrettably didn't come without the war. There are a lot of nice sites in Croatia. Here you see and recognize probably the Plitvice Lakes National Parks, which are 16 cascading lakes in very beautiful nature. This is Kornati National Park, which is 89 islands in a crystal clear sea. You probably recognize the city of Dubrovnik, city of Split, which is the site of the palace of Emperor Diocletian, and the neighboring Roman settlement, which is called Salona, very near Split. Well, engineering has a long history here in Croatia also. I will mention just a few notable gentlemen that are, well known all abroad. The first was maybe the Faust Vrančić, who was a polymath and who in his books, New Machines, described a lot of invents that are, for example, the chain bridge depicted here, the parachute, there are many others. Then we had Ivan Vučetić, who was the inventor of dactyloscopy, the art of identifying people by their fingerprints. Slavoljub Penkala was the inventor of a mechanical pen. In Croatian, his name is still a synonym for the mechanical pen. You also know this guy, probably the most famous of them, Nikola Tesla. He is arguably the most prominent, the best engineer of all time in the whole world. He was a Serb by origin, but Croat by his homeland, which he often said that he is equally proud of his Serb country and Serb origin and his Croat homeland. These are just some of his inventions, and we are still using, of course, the alternating current, no matter how fiercely Thomas Edison and the guys were opposing this type of electricity. As for the Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, it has a population below 700,000. Together with all surroundings, it's about 1,217,000. The first appearance of Zagreb in historical records was dated back in 1094. Depicted this golden bull of 1242, which was given to Zagreb by Hungarian King Bela IV, who was hiding from Mongols and find refuge here in Zagreb. Okay, Mongols then conquered Zagreb and burned it to the ground. He fled further, but he was some kind of grateful, and he gave the status of a royal independent city to the Zagreb. And also we are proud that our university dates back to 1669. These are few sites of Zagreb. This is the central square, the square of Ban Jelačić, Viceroy. Actually, is the title in English. As we said, we are always under someone, and we had Viceroy instead of our own head of a state. This is in time of Advent, which is a very nice time at the end of the year with a lot of life on the streets. This is a famous farmers market called Dolac within the reach, maybe 15 minutes or 17 minutes walk from here. I suggest if you have time to visit it during morning hours. This is the oldest part of Zagreb, the upper town, where everything started with a lot of old buildings. Nowadays, it's also the seat of the government and the parliament. Here we can see actually the masterpiece of urban planning, something that we called a Lenucci horseshoe because of the shape. If you see this green around the center, this is a system of parks which was developed at the break of 20th century, so at the end of the 19th and at the beginning of the 20th century, and of course the final resting place of many citizens of Zagreb, Mirogoj Cemetery, which is really a sight worth seeing. But so much about Croatia, so much about Zagreb. I would like to go back to the topic of the conference, and it's what? It's obvious that the climate is changing. It has no doubt about, we can have no doubts about that. We have more forest fires, wildfires, droughts, floods than ever. This is an image of Zagreb this summer. This is July 2023, a supercell storm. I'm unfortunately not very young anymore, but never have I in my whole life seen such a storm and such damage here in the, let's say, a mild climate. It was horrible. It lasted not long, but it left 2 dead people here in the middle of the city. And this is how it looked where I walk almost every day. I have a hike. I call it 2 creeks because we have some nice streams flowing to the suburbs of Zagreb. A few thousand of trees fell down and did a lot of damage. So the alarm bell has been ringing for a while. And we are just waking up, slowly but certainly. It is, I think, a last moment to act, and there is a lot of declarative approval, I would say, to these acts that would mitigate the climate change. But I strongly feel that decision makers are often acting with that fig sign in their pocket, declaratively supporting, but actually trying not to do anything here. So if this conference about air mobility today raises the awareness of a need to change, to do some concrete actions, it will make me a very happy person. This conference is held under the auspices of 2 Croatian ministries, under the auspices of City of Zagreb and University of Zagreb, and we are grateful for their support. We are also, of course, maybe even more grateful for the sponsors because they gave money and they made this nice lunch outside possible. We had some sponsors, we had some donators, and we had some green partners of our conference. So I hope you will enjoy this conference. I hope you will find it very interesting. I hope that we will all learn something. And I certainly hope that you will also enjoy Croatia, that you will enjoy the city of Zagreb, that you will like it so much that eventually you'll come back to see us again. So thank you for your attention, and I will like to give floor to representative of the mayor of Zagreb, the head of Department of Education, Mr. Luka Juroš. So Luka, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Professor Mornar for the wonderful introductions. I would like to welcome you all to Zagreb and to Croatia on behalf of the mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Tomislav Tomašević, who unfortunately could not join here today. You've heard a little bit about the city of Zagreb, and I have to say, unfortunately, the city of Zagreb, much of Croatia and much of Europe and the world, has been rather complacent about the impact of the modern economy and modern society on the green issues. And I'm very happy to be part of city administration that has been in power in the city of Zagreb for the past 2 years, that is taking these challenges seriously and is making some serious headways in addressing them. Zagreb is currently in the process of the largest, not just reconstruction after the earthquake that you can see in the streets of the downtown Zagreb, but also in the largest green investments that the city has ever seen. Just this year, the number of installed solar power plants on the rooftops of public institutions in Zagreb has surpassed everything that has been installed in the past. Apart from this focus on the green, clearly the issue of the e-mobility is the top of the agenda. I hope you didn't have a chance to get stuck in the morning rush hour traffic in Zagreb, but we are working seriously on introducing technological advances, including automatic regulation of traffic and other changes. But apart from that, the city of Zagreb is also supporting a major multiple €100 million investment in robotic traffic, supported by one of the 2 unicorns of Croatia. The company is probably well known. I've seen it on the agenda for Wednesday morning as an optional visit for you. So it's the Rimac technology, and the company is parented by Rimac technology, but that's the company that's associated and working on electrification and automatization of traffic in Zagreb, and well, clearly the world. The other company is in Istria, but both of them are the technological companies, right? So Croatia has 2 unicorns, both are in tech, and I hope as a host of CAETS this year, we'll have a chance to welcome you again, not only for the sights and sounds and gastronomy of Croatia, but also potentially as partners in other research or some other projects. With that, I wish you a wonderful stay in Zagreb, and thank you very much for coming here.
Okay, thank you, Luca, for your kind words, and I would like now to introduce Professor Neven Dujic, who is the head of the organizing committee of this conference, to present the energy report, which was done by him and a lot of other scientists belonging to CAETS during the last year. Thank you.
Hello, dear participants. We have worked diligently during last year, this year actually, to produce a report on e-mobility, and it's here in front of us. You can use the QR code to download it. The idea of the report was to cover areas not covered by previous 2 energy reports, and to try to capture bottlenecks which will happen in this decade. Transport is probably the most difficult sector to decarbonize, and this can only be done by integrating it into energy sector. Also, why we chose e-mobility as the topic of this conference in Zagreb is exactly because one of our unicorns, as a representative from city of Zagreb mentioned, is in the topic of e-mobility, of producing high-end electric cars. And we find that as a very special success for a small tourist country, proving that we don't have to do only tourism, that we can do some really high-tech things. But also, the report recognizes that e-mobility means reshuffling the cards. The incumbent automotive industry may not be the winner in this battle, and there is place for newcomers on the market. The report was chaired by Chris Hendrickson and me, but the chapters were written by lead authors from different academies of science. Here you can see also the structure of the report. I will go back a little bit later into that. The working group members, around 20 of us, gave really excellent participation in this process, and now we are also hoping to get your comments to this report. Electrification of transport is coming. We can see S-curve being started to form. We can also notice that there is around 50% growth per year. It is continuing this year also. And some countries like Norway already sell mostly electric cars. The first chapter of the project is about batteries. That was led by an author from China, Lian Yubo, and it has shown clearly that batteries will continue to develop very quickly, new chemistries and energy density. So there is a need of a lot of research in that area, cooperation between industry and academia, and this will result in a significant change in the way we drive. Also, it is very important to notice that without integration of power system, which will be mainly powered by intermittent variable renewables like wind and solar, and smart charging can increase the integration of these sources into the energy system. So we need to integrate heating, transport, power, hydrogen, everything together. And the critical thing is to have smart, slow chargers added to each parking place in order to enable this power transport coupling. Also, wholesale price and retail price coupling are crucial to enable this demand response. The car industry will confront significant challenges, and only those that diligently move into transition now or have already moved will have a chance to survive. Many sectors in the current car industry will disappear. There will be no engines, no transmission, no exhaust system, no tank and fuel distribution, but there will be a whole new lot of topics coming. Also, will hydrogen be a fuel? That's a question. Most probably not for personal cars, because it's much more efficient to do it by batteries directly. Regarding long-distance heavy transport and military use, it may be competitive to use hydrogen, but it might be more practical to use e-fuels. We will see what happens. Regarding the e-fuels, ammonia will most probably be the fuel of choice for maritime transport, and for aviation transport we will need some carbon-based e-fuels. Modal shift can also happen, help in the process by cycling and walking in cities. We can reduce significantly the carbon of transport sector, but we will see how much this model shift can actually help in future, because that depends on layouts of our cities also. In developing countries, it's starting. In Latin America, the process has started quite quickly. There are growth rates of above 100% of sales of electric cars in all countries. In Africa, there is insufficient regulatory mechanisms, and there will be need for help. In South and Southeast Asia, we can expect that 2- and 3-wheelers will be at the frontier of the electrification. Regarding the fire safety, the fire hazard in EV cars, it's not higher than for internal combustion engine cars. It happens actually less often, but the problem is that the fire is new type, new chemistries, and it's having higher heat release rates. So there will be need to train people for new emergency response. With this, I would like to thank you for listening to this report. We are expecting your comments by the end of October. And I would like to now invite Axel Meissen, the chair of the sequel report of the previous energy efficiency report, to present the future CAETS work. Axel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nevin, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak just very, very briefly. And I'd like to thank the previous two speakers for the introduction to Croatia. I very well welcome that, and also to the city of Zagreb. I've been given just 3 minutes to talk about the subject that I will address here, and I'm pleased to do so. Many of you will know that over the course of the past 2 years, the energy community of CAETS has been working and ultimately produced a report which is called Towards Low GHG Emissions from Energy Use in Select Industry Sectors. This report is now on the CAETS website, and it covers the use of energy in 7 major sectors, which you see here on the right, ranging from food and agricultural systems through oil and gas, chemicals, cement, iron and steel, buildings, and information technology and data centers. And the time horizon of this work was up to about the year 2040. But it became very evident as we were doing this work that there was a need to look beyond the 2040 time horizon. And that is what we have embarked on now. And we call it the Sequel Project. It's just a working title to indicate what comes after this particular project. And the time horizon is beyond the year 2040, approximately. I might add that we will likely add an industry sector, which is actually the integration of the 7, so that we recognize very, very clearly the interconnection. What is it that we are trying to do in this current work is basically to answer this question, namely, what actions are needed now in the near future so that sufficient technologies are available to realistically deployable to ensure low GHG emissions from energy use in selected sectors beyond that year 2040. So the time horizon is beyond 2040. The idea is to identify the actions that should be considered to be taken, but clearly, in order to identify the actions that are to be taken, one has to understand the forces and the factors that will drive the longer-term future. So our work is focused on those 7 sectors, plus the interconnection between them. Our focus is the longer term, and we will use foresight approaches in order to identify the forces and factors. We will identify the likely scenarios that these forces and factors produce, and we will always be looking for more than one scenario, because there's a multiplicity of futures and which we cannot predict which one exactly will happen. And then very importantly, we will look at what strategies should be considered that would be robust, that is, would be effective to accommodate all of the scenarios and achieve the overall desirable action that we want, namely a sustainable environment in the longer term. That's our goal. We will undertake this work in the course of the next approximately 10 months. We will report out at the next CAETS meeting, which will take place in early July in Helsinki, Finland. And I would like to invite you, if you have an interest in this type of work, that is future-oriented work, applied to these 7 sectors and applied to technology, to let me know. We're still looking for members to participate in our individual working groups. And you can contact me, but just, I noticed my email address is incorrectly written, so now you have to be really alert. It's actually Axel, it is correct, axel@meissen.ca. So please drop me a note or come and see me, and I would be delighted to give consideration to seeing your inclusion into this future-oriented study. Thank you very much.
Okay, with this, we are closing the opening session, and now we are moving to the first panel on integration of energy and transport sectors. When you organize a conference for people in tender age, as we are, you can always have unpredicted situations. And yesterday, I was called by Henrik Lund that he was taken to hospital, and he is okay, fortunately, but he's not able to come. Since I have heard his lecture for 10 times, I will try to introduce you have a security alert on the screen, Duško. Okay, so we have some technical problem. Look at the screen, security alert. I will try to introduce his lecture. I have his presentation, so I hope it will work. But where is the presentation? Okay, it's here. Good. Then we will continue with the panel. Henrik Lund is from Aalborg University, Denmark, and he has started to work on this integrative approach to energy planning long time ago. The first time I saw him in 2002, we clicked immediately because we had very similar conclusions that integration is the must. He is from the part of Denmark, Jutland, which is 50% based on wind energy and has a very high share of offshore power, and 30 to 50% of electricity supplied by CHP. So it's already mostly renewable. Around 30% of gas is actually biogas. What has to be done by 2050 is fully decarbonize all sectors. Is it going to be 100% renewable energy system, or it's going to be climate neutral? We decided for climate neutral, so we can still have a little bit of fossil fuels in 2050 because part of the emissions will be balanced with negative emissions in forestry and agriculture. But anyway, that means that transport will have to be mostly decarbonized. And there have been many, many reports and strategies in Danish history how to do it. And basically, you need a new strategy every few years because you need to persuade the new government to continue with the good work. We also in Croatia do a new energy strategy that nobody follows every few years, but they are getting in time better and better. We are slowly moving towards understanding that the future is fully renewable. In order to do that, you need to have a good energy system analysis model, which Henrik has developed 25 years ago. Energy plan is, for example, a good one to understand what goes where. All these fancy optimizing energy planning systems are hiding technologies that will actually be of huge help, especially if you calculate only power system, you will not see the future, you will only see the problems. So you need to do a holistic approach, you have to model everything all the time in very fine hourly time steps. So power, heating, cooling, transport, biogas, feedstocks for industry altogether. And for that you need to have very developed energy system analysis model that can model all these subsystems. An important outcome of this modeling is that storage is going to be important, but electricity storage is very expensive. And we are going to have very little electricity storage. That's why we need to integrate different sectors, because if we store heat as heat and not as electricity, it is much cheaper. If we store heat, gas and not as electricity, it's even cheaper. So we should actually store final fuel that we are going to use. We could sometimes use these fuels back as a backup, but that will not be necessary that much. So if we look at historic storages, the biggest one in Denmark is oil storage, a huge amount, and then gas storage, and thermal storage is very small. And then if we look at electricity storage, is extremely small. And most probably we are going to stay with relatively small electricity storage. So we have to balance our power system with the other systems, with the heating system and the transport system, where in order to be able to integrate wind and solar. And also the grids are much bigger on the gas side and heating side than electricity side. Yes, we can use grid as storage partially, but when we need heat, we should store energy in heat. Are we going to use hydrogen or electricity in transport? It's quite obvious that electricity is much more efficient. So we will be using quite a lot of electricity because we have we will have batteries which will be paid from the transport system. That means that storage will not be very costly to the power system. But a crucial thing is we will have to devise such fiscal measures or tariffs in order to make this possible. And as I said before, coupling the wholesale market with retail price will do the miracles for integration. Hydrogen can serve as a good storage, but it's less efficient, so we should use it only when electricity cannot deliver the service. The energy planning shows that Denmark can reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. What does it mean in European context? One thing that we should also include is international aviation and shipping, because that's a significant amount of fuels. And we also have to decarbonize those fuels. We will have to produce them from renewable fuels or renewable electricity, or from biomass. And we should not use more biomass than it's sustainable in order to avoid breaching the unsustainability. Denmark should also make their contribution in terms of flexibility and reserve capacity to integrate wind and solar into the European electricity supply. Denmark is a difficult country to decarbonize because they don't have hydro. Croatia is a very easy place, but we don't have political will. So which way is easier, we'll see. It looks like technical difficulty, if you have political will, is much easier than lack of political will. By 2045, Denmark will be feasibly completely decarbonized, all sectors. Practically all transport will be decarbonized. How will it look like in this chart? We can see wind, the most important source of energy, of primary energy in Denmark, and quite a lot of biomass, very little solar, because, well, Denmark is a bit to the north. And then we have direct use of electricity as much as possible, and some of this electricity will be used to produce hydrogen, and then hydrogen will be used to improve the bio-based sources in order to produce fuels and industrial feedstocks for the production of other things. And if we look at the biomass, where the biomass will be ending, we can see that quite a lot of this biomass will be also using hydrogen. We will have a bio-E sector, bio-E refineries in order to produce fuels for and feedstocks for industry and for heavy long-distance transport. So that will mean a significant increase of solar and wind for electricity production. Solar will grow 10 times since 2020, and offshore wind for 7 times. That will lead to the significant increase of electricity demand in Denmark, but most of this additional electricity will be used for power to heat, the orange one, which is already used partially, and then power to transport. We see that there is around 40% growth of electricity demand in the transport sector, and then power to X for heavy transport and for industry for production of hydrogen and hydrogen-based fuels. So more than doubling of primary electricity production. If we look at an energy system and then see what happens when we increase the wind share of electricity in the power system, then we also see the growth of critical excess of electricity production, which means electricity that has to be curtailed. It cannot be integrated. Once this electricity reaches around 5% of curtailment of total electricity, it stops being viable to continue increasing the share of variable renewables, or wind in this case. So that means we can integrate easily up to 20% wind. To go above that, we need power to heat. This is what Denmark is already doing. Remember that Denmark already has 50% wind. So they already do quite a lot of power to heat. With power to heat, we can double that integration of wind. With power to transport, we can double it once again, and we basically reach 80% of penetration of wind only. So you can add then here some solar and other sources, hydro in Croatia, and you have no problem. The rest will have to be then solved through bio-e-fuels in order to reach 100%. Then people talk a lot about Dunkelflaute, or winter windless weeks. It doesn't really happen. On European level, it didn't happen for the last 5 years. If we build enough excess wind in the power system, as in this case, the blue line is so-called non-flexible demand, or legacy electricity demand, what we previously used, and we build more wind, maybe around 3 times more wind than we actually need to cover this demand. We actually, in a small country like Denmark, satisfy all the demands apart from 7% of the cases. So for 7% of the cases, Denmark will need support from either network, so the grid from Norway can do this support, or they will need some kind of backup from hydrogen or biomass or some other source of energy. But if we look on the European level, actually we don't need that much. It's always enough wind somewhere in Europe. The question is, are we going to build enough grid to balance North Sea with Mediterranean wind, or are we building local solutions with demand response? It's generally more secure and cheaper to do more demand response locally and to build the grid only up to a level. Because if we are going to depend from countries which are too far, that is probably not the best solution, but it can be done. So most of ours, around 80 to 85% of ours, wind and PV will exceed the non-flexible demand. In some hours, there will be lack of some production from those variable renewables, but this is Danish case. In such hours, of course, imports or production from backup turbines may be required. And what about the grid stabilization issue? Well, we can use the thermal units, which we will need as a backup for a long time, as a way how to produce inertia by idling the generators on the grid. Once we will not need any more those thermal units, then we will have to produce inertia with power electronics. The technology exists, so it's not an issue. We will be able to have stable grids even without thermal units. In order to conclude, electricity balancing and grid stabilization of the power grid is an essential challenge. In future, fully decarbonized societies, electricity demands will increase 2 to 3 times. More important, it will change its nature. New coming flexible demands from car charging or power to heat or production of hydrogen That will solve most of the problem of this excess. As a consequence, the future renewable energy systems will be able to cover almost all the non-flexible demand directly from wind and solar without any electricity storage. In smart energy systems approach, flexible demands will be stored in other and more affordable storages, such as thermal gas and liquid fuel storages. Traditional grid stabilization from power stations can be replaced by flexible demands, so electrolyzers, electric boilers, and the like, heat pumps in most towers. You can have reserves provided to the power system by electric boilers or heat pumps. With this, I would like to end the Henrik's lecture. I hope I did manage to give the main message. He is a great speaker, so it was not as good as if he was here. I will not answer his questions, but we will have a panel to ask the questions. So I would like to invite now the panelists to step forward. We have Katrin and Jiri and Herwe and Ulrich. Please. Maybe leave this chair to me and take the chairs. Okay. So we will organize it in a way to have first initial pitch from each of the panelists, and we can start from Katrin. Okay. And then we will have discussion, and then we will have open questions. So please. Okay.
Zdravo, or as we'd say in Australia, g'day. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel, and I'm disappointed I didn't hear Henry's own presentation, but boy, you did a good job. I was so impressed. It's so hard to give somebody else's presentation. To give you a bit of background about Australia and where we stand in terms of where we're up to in electrification of our transport system. In 2022, Australia's transport sector made up nearly 20% of our carbon emissions. So it's a big chunk of our carbon emissions. And of these transport emissions, 60% were from passenger cars and light commercial vehicles. Despite the sharp decline during the pandemic, it's back on an upward trend again, and a rapid one at that. Do I have a, is that my first slide?
You have to activate.
Mm-hmm.
Can you help activate this slide?
Just page up, page down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We all know that there's a clear imperative to accelerate the decarbonisation of the transport sector through the uptake of electric vehicles, amongst other things, though, as we also heard earlier, the commercial transport sector is also a really important part of this. But at the moment, I'm just going to focus on the private transport sector. In Australia, various EV targets have been established across our states. We're a federated system in Australia, and most states are aiming for something of the order of 50% of new car sales to be electric vehicles by 2030. While the global momentum is driving the transition, one has to admit Australia is far behind European nations. In part, it's because we've never had the same strict fuel emissions conditions and regulations that you've had across Europe, and that has led to be frank, us getting kind of whatever anyone's got left over in terms of their vehicles. So we're coming off a very, very poor situation. The number of electric vehicles in Australia has doubled in the last 12 months off a very low base. It was 3.8% in 2022, and in February this year it rose to 6.8%, but it's still a very poor situation compared to many European countries in particular. It's clear we need EVs and other zero-emission vehicles to decarbonise the transport sector. However, we acknowledge that without complementary policies and initiatives, the lower operating costs of EVs might result in adverse economic, social, and environmental outcomes, and undo years of transport and land use policies aimed at reducing private vehicle mode share. These potential consequences result from the significantly lower vehicle operating costs of EVs compared to ICE vehicles, and include things like a mode shift from public transport back to private transport in EVs, leading to an increase in trip lengths, road congestion, increase in the per kilometre emissions from the ICE remaining vehicles due to the increased road congestion they'll be confronting, and in Australia's case, increased urban sprawl as the lower per kilometre travel costs encourage people to live further out. Further to this, as acknowledged by the keynote, we need to be cognizant of the potential implications for energy grids as well. As the numbers grow, an increase in electricity demand for charging is inevitable. Careful planning is needed to manage this growth at a time when concerns have been raised about the grid's capacity to meet the demand for electricity. Early findings from the University of Queensland on the use and charging of electric vehicles suggest they'll have probably a more limited impact during peak demand than some might have feared. But ultimately, they could even improve grid stability with batteries on wheels, if you like, feeding in electricity at times of need. However, Australia still has a long way to go in V2X, whether it's vehicle to grid, vehicle to home, and so forth. There's really somewhere close to zero options at the moment in Australian vehicles that are available, and our processes and our regulations for handling that. The impact on the grid depends on the number of electric vehicles, how much and when they're driven and charged. So again, we're now coming into more social implications because we're talking about behaviour. Initial research reveals electric car users are oops, I'm out of my time, but I'm going to keep going. Consciously or not, mostly charging them in ways that don't stress the grid. As the number of these vehicles grow, encouraging a higher proportion of charging events outside peak hours will be beneficial. Proper management of charging could better help integrate renewable electricity sources within the grid, save millions of dollars in grid investment, and open up low-cost charging opportunities for electric vehicle users. So it's mostly about behaviour change. In Australia, almost 1/3 of homes have installed solar panels, and I'd like to acknowledge here two ATSE fellows who will be on Thursday receiving the Queen Elizabeth Prize for Engineering for their invention and development of the PERC cells that something like 90% of all new installed solar panels use. So it's been a real success story in recent years with a huge uptake in Australia. By 2050, 2/3 of homes are expected to have rooftop solar. And as the number of electric vehicles and the share of renewable energy increases, incentives to encourage users of these vehicles to charge during specific hours of the day will be beneficial. So the transition to EVs will occur over the coming decades. We need to consider complementary policy levers that required to, to ensure that the benefits of EVs are maximised and that EVs contribute to achieving sustainable, productive and vibrant cities. Along with the issues I've raised in relation to the growing demand for electricity, it's essential that we encourage governments and the wider transport planning and management community to actively consider policies and initiatives, such as continuing to invest in decarbonised public transport. In Australia, again, our public transport is probably not as good as in many parts of Europe, and as our cities go out further and further in our urban sprawl, public transport does not keep up with it, and that's a really important policy area that we need to improve on. So urban planning is incredibly important at that stage. We need to develop and institute policy measures to manage private vehicle demand, road pricing, parking policies, congestion taxes, and so forth. And we need to consider the spatial implications of these initiatives in terms of not encouraging uptake of people to move further and further out. Also, because what that means is that it's a socio-economic issue. The ones living further out in Australian cities are, by their very nature, less well off, actually less able to take up EVs, so we end up with this sort of dichotomy. So that's a picture from Australia, a lot of problems, but we really need to think about the social implications, the social science implications, and how we actually drive behaviour, as well as the policy implications of making it easier for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So we see that Australia is not much better than Croatia in numbers, which is making my life a little bit easier. But I'm sure that Jiri will show us that Belgium is much more advanced. Let's see.
Let's see. Good afternoon. My name is Juri van Mierlo. I'm professor at the University in Brussels, where I'm leading the MOBI Research Center. And in fact, in Brussels, we started our research on electromobility end of the 70s. This was the fleet of our electric vehicles. We even tried to drive from Brussels to Paris with lead-acid batteries. In the meantime, the research center MOBI has grown. We are now with 120 experts in the field of e-mobility, covering battery technology, power electronics, charging infrastructure, life cycle assessments, consumer behavior, and so on. So the whole picture of e-mobility. And 10 years ago, we did already a survey towards consumer behavior. And out of that survey, we noticed that there are 3 main barriers for the introduction of electric vehicles. 3 barriers in any country in the world, we see the same barriers. That is the purchase price, the driving range, and the third one is availability of charging infrastructure. And luckily, in many countries, we see an improvement in this field. But we see in the development countries that these barriers are still there, that there is still some work to be done. Improvement in driving range can be easily seen in this picture because the battery technology has evolved significantly. Our fleet of the 70s had lead-acid batteries. We could drive around 30-35 kilometers, and then we had to recharge. Our fleet of electric vehicles we had in the 90s were equipped with nickel-cadmium batteries, and we could drive 70 kilometers. Okay, we did a test from Brussels to Monaco at that time. And then luckily the invention of the lithium battery was there, and that was really the breakthrough in driving range of electric vehicles. And lithium, for me, it's a family name. There exists many different chemistry in the family of lithium batteries, and this allows us to further improve the amount of energy that can be stored per weight and volume in these batteries. And hopefully we will have battery technologies driving 800 kilometers in the near future. Next to the driving range, the cost went down of the battery technology. The last 10 years with a factor 10, so 10 times more cheaper. That's nice. And this cost reduction has mainly translated into the driving range of the battery, not yet into the cost of the vehicle. As can be seen in this picture, in this figure, you see horizontally the driving range of electric vehicles and vertically the purchase price. And you see here a cloud of vehicles that were on the market in 2015. Currently today we see a shift of these, now indicated in red, of these vehicles available on the market. So there are many things that we can learn. We can learn that we have much more choices to buy an electric vehicle, which is important from a consumer point of view, and that the driving range is extended towards the right. And hopefully in the future it will go down more to the bottom of this picture. High driving range for low-cost vehicles. Then have a look at the charging infrastructure, which was the third barrier for market introduction of electric vehicles. Well, it has already been introduced in the previous presentations, but if we do it in a non-smart way, so we just come in the evening at home and everybody plugs in his electric car, then at that time, you see it in blue, there will be a peak demand for electricity. But that's not needed. When I come home, I just want to charge my vehicle, and I want my vehicle to be charged, fully charged, the next morning when I drive back to work. So I have the whole night to charge my vehicle, and that is what we call smart charging. But we can go a step further. And often it is said that electric vehicles will have an important impact on the electricity distribution grid. Well, my point of view is that electric vehicles are a distribution grid on wheels. When I'm working at my university in Brussels and there are solar panels on the roof of the university, during the day I charge the battery of my electric car. I drive home after my work, and in the evening I bring that electricity back to my home. I start cooking, watching television with the electricity in my car. Do you think the battery will be empty? No, I need only 10% of the available energy in my battery to be used for 1 day of consumption of my home. So I have 90% left to drive around the next day. So, these were my 3 takeaways: purchase price, driving range, and charging infrastructure. What has to be done next? Here you see a picture of Brussels, and the yellow dots are the areas where air quality is bad. And unfortunately, it is in these areas that we have a population in Brussels that has not the means to buy a more expensive electric car. So we have to look how to have electric vehicles also there, and that are mainly people that buy second-hand market vehicles. So often we look to the first market, and that's normal, new vehicles and so on. We first need new electric vehicles before they come on the second-hand market. But this is something we have to look in the near future, how to capture electric vehicles in the second-hand market, also how to make them available for a larger population. In the field of battery technology, that will help for the driving range. We will work on cobalt-free batteries. Cobalt is not only a dirty chemistry, there are many issues related to cobalt, but it's also a very expensive part of the battery. So if we can have rid of the cobalt in the lithium batteries, that would be nice. The liquid electrolyte, we like to change to solid electrolyte to make the batteries smaller. For the same volume, we can drive further. And then finally, and that has been said before, we have to work on smart charging and vehicle-to-grid applications. And by this, I like to conclude my short introduction for the panel discussion later onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri. So our next panelist will be Hroje, please. What can we say about it from a Croatian point of view? We had Danish, Australian, Belgian, and now Croatian point, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to this panel, and thank you all for coming. My name is Hroje Panđić. I work at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. My background is generally in power systems, so I will be talking more about the life of electric vehicles within the power system as well, not only about the EVs. I wasn't certain how this will be organized, so I only prepared 2 slides with some of the punchlines that can be maybe a good conversation starters for the panel. As you all know pretty much, Croatia is not the richest country in Europe, but it's very touristical. So we have many tourists, and these tourists do not come so much during the entire year, but generally in July and August, maybe something in June or September. But generally we have a huge inflow of tourists, and they dominantly come with their vehicles, personal vehicles, from the neighboring countries, from Slovenia, from Hungary, from Austria, Germany, and so on and so on. So you can imagine that all of these countries are a little bit richer than Croatia. The more northern you go, the richer the countries are in general. So it's expected that these people will adopt EVs sooner than us living in Croatia. However, we need to have sufficient infrastructure for those people to be able to use their vehicles to come to Croatia. Here I took an example of Istria, which is a peninsula, and it's one of the more developed parts of Croatia. So generally wealthier tourists come to Istria. So you can see these are from PlugShare. It's an app for your phone. You can see the charging stations. Obviously not all the charging stations are here. you can have a charging station as a standalone facility. In that case, the distribution system operator is aware of this charging station. However, you can have a charging station within a hotel like this one, downstairs in a garage. In that case, the distribution system operator does not know that there's a charging station here, okay? However, this charging station can be connected to an app like this and can be used by individuals from outside. The biggest question here is, how do we build sufficient infrastructure for people to come to the seaside? If they come by their car, Croatia is very long when it comes when you go from north to south. So in that case, you will definitely need to charge at least once in Croatia, maybe even 2 or 3 times if you are a little bit if you drive a little bit faster than you should. So in that sense, it's very difficult to come up with a sustainable and economically sound way of building an infrastructure that is not very costly to use, but that can pay itself off to its investors. So that's definitely one of the issues the Croatian ministry has to tackle. Generally, we are all looking to have as much as possible slow chargings, so that the charging should happen at home, even at the hotel. If you have an entire night to charge your vehicle, that's pretty good. Many of us might have EV chargers at home. It's called an outlet. So if you have a garage, you can plug in your vehicle and charge it at 3.6 kilowatts usually. So in that sense, any home can become an EV charging station for your own purposes, obviously. What I wanted to show here are the fast charging stations. This is a fast charging station in a place where you can buy a brand new Porsche, which is a very nice place. It's southwestern part of Vienna, I believe. So the dots on the right-hand side are something that we didn't have access to the charging station, obviously, but we put those numbers individually because we took pictures of what you can see here. What's important here is that at the beginning, just look at the third graph to the right, the ones with the red dots, the green circles. What you can see is at the beginning, the vehicle was was charging at around over 220 kilowatts. 220 kilowatts, a regular household in average consumes 1 kilowatt. So this is many households for just one EV. However, the thing is that after a while, so these are minutes on the x-axis, goes down rapidly. Why? Because the charging current goes down. I will not go into details why this happens, but this is just for us to understand that the fast charging station, irrespective of its power, does not consume the power, that power all the time. So that power goes down. And maybe if some of you have tried EVs and EV charging, you can see that more and more you get paid, you have to pay to charge your EV by the minute and not by the kilowatt hour, not by the energy. Because here, there is not so much energy that was charged into the vehicle, maybe, I don't know, 60 kilowatt hours altogether in the end. However, as an operator and owner of a charging station, you're interested to sell as much energy as you can. So you're looking to be at the beginning, at the left-hand side here, which you cannot be all the time if you use the fast charging stations. So they make a lot of stress to the distribution system. However, there's not so much energy as the owner would like, because you have to charge more if you sell less energy. So the question is if this is all sustainable or not. And this is, I started talking about Istria. This is just to show from the known charging stations, some of them in Istria, they're connected to certain substations, distribution level substations. And the graphs to the right show in which month most energy is sold on those charging stations. As you can see, what is dominant here is July. Fontana, which is in the upper right corner, it has a lot of energy being sold in January and February as well. However, this is the biggest challenge for Croatian distribution system operator dominantly, is how to preserve the system during the summer when there's a peak load anyway, and a lot of tourists adding to this peak load with their electric vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Verweer. And last, but the biggest, Ulrich, coming from a country with serious EV market and also very serious automotive industry, Germany. Please.
Yes, thank you, Nevin. Welcome, dear CAETS colleagues. So I want to make some comments on bidirectional power flow of EV. When I personally started my research work on EV in the late 70s, beginning of the 80s, we made the same experience as Moby did. So our goal was to keep the electric vehicle running for 40 or 50 kilometers without the thermal death of power electronics or the electrical machine and so on. And yes, we were successful sometimes, so the cars are reliable, they work, have a higher range. And the PhD students of today, they assume, they do not question the fact that the electric vehicle will be an essential part of the traffic system. And they care about the question of how to integrate dozens of millions of electric vehicles into the existing or future energy system, using new technologies, using also new market models like blockchain and so on. So the challenges have changed. So this is the result of a study we did at the Research Institute for Energy Economy in Munich. These numbers addressing the German energy system. So in the year 2020, we had less than 1 million, several hundred thousands of electric vehicles. In 2022, 1 million. And assuming a battery capacity of 50 kilowatt hours per vehicle, this sums up to 50 gigawatt hours. So in the year 2030, so this is only in 7 years, we hope to have 15 million electric vehicles, and the corresponding storage capacity then summing up to 750 gigawatt hours. And in 2050, 40 million, which is more or less 100% of the fleet, and 2,000 gigawatt hours of storage capacity on the road, on wheels. Just to see, I have to check whether this appears in this slide. Yes. As a reference point, today's stationary energy storage and electricity storage in Germany is 40 gigawatt hours. We just heard another number for Denmark, 15 gigawatt hours, in Germany 40 gigawatt hours, a number more or less constant over the last decades because it's not possible to further increase the capacity of pumped hydro storage in Germany. And 40 gigawatt hours is, well, as an average value, the energy consumption of 35 minutes in Germany. So the storage capacity is quite low. And since we do not have a real generation problem, looking at the huge amount of renewable energy which we expect in Germany in the next 10 or 20 years, we have a distribution problem. So over time and over space, how to distribute the generation from renewables and the need from the electric vehicles. So given or assuming these numbers, which are quite a challenge, what could we do with this lots of storage capacity? And in another study, together with industrial partners, we made a simulation of possible applications. I won't go into details, maybe in the discussion a little later. So we have some applications vehicle to home, so increased self-consumption for those who have a PV system, for instance, or emergency power supply in a private home could be another application. The provision of energy from between vehicles or vehicles to devices, or vehicle to business, like peak shaving, which is a big cost factor in future. Spot market trading, I mentioned the blockchain model, for instance. Then CO2 optimized charging in comparison to tariff optimized charging, local grid service, and so on. Many others. So these were the ones identified as the potential most interesting applications. So quite a lot of them. And in another model, other simulation, we calculated the effects of bidirectional power flow on the European energy system in the year 2040. And just to give you four numbers, so this is for Europe in total, we assume that we can reduce the capacity of stationary thermal power plants by more than 30 gigawatts, or 30 nuclear plants or big coal power plants. We can reduce the need for stationary power energy storage by 60 gigawatt hours. So this is more than the capacity we have in Germany installed today. We can install an extra 300 gigawatt of photovoltaics, because now with this storage effect, we have the capacity of integrating more PV into the system. And this is a contribution to reduce the energy system costs of the system Europe by 2 to 3%, which at the first sight sounds not so much, but it corresponds to about 7 billion euro per year, which is quite a lot of money we can use for other interesting things. Okay, first impression on bidirectional flow. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. More or less, that's a question of smartness of the system. Let's imagine the following situation. Everybody has electric car. Everybody comes home at the same time. Everybody has a 7 kilowatt charger at home. And everybody plugs in at the same time. That would suck approximately double of the installed capacity of a typical country. It's not feasible. It will not happen in reality, because we don't come home at the same time. We don't have to charge every day, but we still need to have smart chargers. What we can see now is that there is a good business model for building fast chargers on highways. There is money in that. Tesla has shown the way, but now others are coming to the market. But what I don't see is smart charging. I see it only in Denmark. Danish people now walk around with their apps, and they can show me how much money they saved on charging their EVs only in the hours when there was a lot of wind. But you can't do it anywhere else. We have flat tariffs, or maybe two tariff systems. But what we need is actually having dynamic tariffs on a 15 minutes basis, so our cars can charge when there is a lot of wind and solar in the system. I would like to hear your take, why it doesn't happen, when it's going to happen, and how can we build this business model? Maybe Yuri, Garwe, I don't know, who starts?
Well, I heard my name first, so but I fully agree. We indeed need the financial incentives to do so. If you have very simple tariffs at home, then yeah, you are not incentivized to charge at the right moment. I see in Belgium now smart charging coming in the first instance at places where people have already solar panels, because then they can combine their solar energy with charging their electric vehicle. They don't have to bring it back to the grid, because there are some price incentives already. The next step in Belgium is the capacity tariff. So if you exceed a higher power demand on the grid, you have to pay more, not only based on energy prices, but also on power prices. And that will also stimulate the introduction of smart charging. But we need more, and we need to have the possibility to play on the electricity market in the near future.
I can add there's certainly a company in Australia which actually enables you to buy as the wholesale price fluctuates. So they give you a put through, if you like, so that they're buying at the wholesale price and sell it to you. So certainly where you have regular peaks and troughs, like the middle of the day on a sunny day in Australia, you can choose to be buying your electricity. So there are opportunities to increase that level of tariff management. Scripps used to do it kind of slightly the other way around. I love it. They used to have electric cars were able to charge for free in Scripps, the big part of University of San Diego, in their car park during the day, on the understanding that Scripps could use that electricity in the early afternoon when everyone came back to work from lunch, cranked up the air conditioning because it was so hot outside, and they could use those cars in a vehicle back to grid sort of mini grid situation, but they promised to refill the car by the afternoon when that massive peak had dissipated and come back to normal. So it's interesting how behavior management, it comes back to behavior management, doesn't it? How you incentivize and, carrot and stick, how you make it difficult to do it when you don't want them to, and how you incentivize them to do it when you do.
Yeah, thank you. I would only add that, technically that's highly doable. That's not a problem, obviously. What's the problem is that first there are some prerequisites. You need smart metering systems to be able to know at which point in time you consumed how much electricity. This can also be kind of overcome even if the distribution system operator hasn't yet installed a smart meter in your home. This can be overcome with an additional smart meter to be installed by your supplier or your aggregator or something like that. However, the price of electricity, when you pay the electricity bill, you have multiple things that you pay for. Energy is just one of them. The other one is the network fee, one for distribution, one for transmission network. Other one is renewables fee, where you put money to subsidize renewables. And that fee is generally the same throughout the day, at least in Croatia and some other countries as far as I know. So it's not, first thing is that the suppliers need to have something that's called real-time pricing or something like that. However, that only affects a portion of your bill. We need action from the distribution and transmission system operators to let us know how is their network doing, at least in our part of the country. So sometimes they would like us to consume more. Sometimes they would like us to consume less, and they should communicate that with us using these tariffs, which shouldn't be just a two-tariff system, which is probably 60 years old in Croatia.
Yeah, maybe Ulrich wants to comment, but before Ulrich, I would like to comment to this Hrvoje's position, or another sub-question. Is it time that we move to pay the grid cost based on the peak power and not converted to kilowatt hour? Because for smart energy systems, we will need that. We don't want to use grid too much, so people will have to pay the grid cost based on the grid cost and not based on some recalculation.
I think that will be difficult because of a couple of reasons. First, all consumers over 22 kilowatts in Croatia pay the peak power cost, monthly cost. So this hotel pays peak load costs. I at home, I don't pay peak load costs because I'm 6 kilowatts or something like that. Second, when you buy your connection at the first time when you're building a house, for instance, you pay something like 200 euros per kilowatt. And I assume that it would be difficult to double charge this. That's how people would see it, I believe. So that's a difficult question, but I think everything can be settled if people who own EVs and charge them at home at relatively high powers. These are usually relatively, early adopters or wealthier people or people who like green energy and things like that. So in that sense, they will probably have rooftop PVs. However, the problem here is that now I'm here at a meeting. Let's assume it's a sunny day outside, which is not. So my PVs are producing something that's being put into the grid because there's no one home, just refrigerator consuming a little bit, and that's it. Once I get home at around 6 or 7 p.m., it's gonna be dark outside. And I'm gonna take a lot of electricity from the grid. So how to deal with that would be to somehow incentivize people to have local batteries or some storage devices, if nothing. And how do we do that? Again, monetarily, we can introduce at least a third tariff, which is gonna be the most expensive one, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. or something like that.
Ulrich?
Okay, many things, of course, have already been said. Just two more aspects. So I already mentioned that energy is not the problem. So 1 million electric cars will need about 2 terawatt hours. Germany nowadays consumes 600 terawatt hours. So even a few million electric cars won't change too much. We have that power problem and how to create incentives for not charging all at the same time. It's flexibility. So being more flexible, not expecting that after plugging in your car, after 2 or 3 hours, it will be fully tanked. But you should be flexible, even to the point. I showed this as one point in my slide. Vehicle to vehicle. You could offer the capacity of your electric car for another electric car. So this is maybe the maximum of flexibility you can sell. But well, flexibility has to pay. So this is the main incentive. And of course, all of you already commented the grid costs and the power costs and so on. And in addition, new marketplaces. I already mentioned the blockchain or flexibility platforms, which I personally believe will play a big role. So not the energy markets, the terawatt hours, but the kilowatt and the megawatt, and also on a private basis. So by peer-to-peer. Yeah. So I think if we look at the future energy market, future means 10 years or so. So quite nearby, we will have such platforms, and everybody is an energy and power trader.
This summer, Tesla chargers in Croatia were offering free electricity during the day and during the night because they're using renewable electricity, and they were only charging in the afternoon when electricity is expensive and there is not enough renewable. We spend most of our days, solar days, at work. So why not having solar panels at work and charging places at work, which would be smart chargers? Electricity will most probably be cheap or free of charge during the day because there will be excess solar everywhere. We can see it from Netherlands. They already reached the duck curve point where most of daily electricity in summer is solar. So I think that it might be better to have offices offering as nice perks to its employees charging spots with solar charging than at home, because I agree what Haro has said that home is not where we are when there is solar energy. Can you comment on that? Is it the right way to go to involve our working places into the process? Anyone? Yeah.
In theory, yes, but when you consider how many working places are tall tower blocks, for example, the capacity to put solar panels on is difficult. And I had kind of had a question that's attached to that for the other members of the panel. How do you manage in countries where you have a large amount of apartment living to, as a sort of social justice thing, the opportunity for people to participate in the renewables market when they live in environments which are difficult to put solar panels on as an individual because either you're a renter or you have an apartment in a larger block and you need everybody to agree to make the investment.
Yes, who is... Yeah, Eric.
Maybe the first question, for me it's not a competition, solar panels at home or solar panels at work. We need all the roofs and so on, we need the surface that is there
All
to
the
put the
roofs.
PV. And of course it was in one of my slides, it's nice when I am at my university in Brussels that there are solar panels there and I can make use of that electricity. And I think also from an employee point of view, in the future it can be an attractive point to attract good work labor and to give that as a benefit. And there are a lot of benefits when you go to a certain company. Well, in my company you can charge free of charge your electric vehicle, so that I think will play a role in the future. Concerning our apartments, indeed, and it's a little bit broader even than that, I have a team that is working on energy communities, sustainable energy communities, we call it. It's not only apartments, but it's also 10, 20, 50 houses together that forms an energy community, and then they have a larger entity to either play on the electricity market, but also to do all the services to all the individual persons. Because as an individual, if I'm living in a home or in an apartment, sometimes I don't see the wood within the trees. How do you say that in English? Something like that. So yeah, to make it life easy for the people, I think energy communities can have a role there.
Ulrich?
Yes, I would say the answer to your question is yes. Very important that business also engages in this point. And there's one car producer in Munich which has a big parking house with lots of wallet parking places, about 50 or 60. The number is increasing. Plus a stationary battery in the parking house, plus a PV system. So a maximum of flexibility. So making a charging management between about 50 cars. The users of the cars, they have a very good prognosis of their stay. When will they arrive? When will they go? So this is quite reliable, more reliable than in a public parking house. And the combination of flexible cars, of battery and PV is ideal. Yeah.
Regarding the high-risers and roofs, maybe answer to Catherine. If we have energy communities or exchange of energy or just buying energy from somewhere, you can use somebody else's roof in order to cover that need. So there are technical solutions. It doesn't have to be on the roof of high-rise.
It just depends on the proportion of low-rise with roofs to high-rise with...
But it could also be parking places which can be covered, or shopping centers. There is, we did calculation for Croatia and came out with that using the roofs we can produce 1/3 of electricity needed. There is plenty of roofs, and then there is plenty of other space. So, but the crucial thing, I think, that every single parking place should have a smart charger. This is critical. But let's go to another subject. I'm always fascinated by French going to vacations. They clog highways for 3 days, they don't move anywhere, and let's imagine that all these cars are electric. How are we going to supply that electricity? Hrvoje talked a little bit about Istria. I don't know if you have done calculations. We did some, and it doesn't look that bad. We came out with a very simple calculation that we need around 10 megawatt of chargers on each petrol station to cover the peak of cars. This is without trucks. We didn't take into account trucks. I don't know if you came to another solution, but French would need much more, because they really, everybody goes vacation same day. I think that if we cannot do it technically, we should just charge them in order that they spread in maybe 1 week. Charge, yes. Who wants to comment on this? How to get French to the seaside?
Yeah, obviously, it's this is not first such type of a problem. We charge more to the tourists that want to have their vacations in late July and early August. So now we have some people coming in October even. I mean, there's no obvious solution. Somehow you need to have this acting as gas stations, so people can stay, for short amounts of time, for maybe up to 7 minutes or something like that per vehicle. There are a couple of places in Croatia where are very close to the highways, near Zadar and Otočac and other ones, where you have off highway charging stations that have maybe 10 or 12 high-speed chargers. And still this year I saw many people waiting. There were long lines, long waiting lines. We are not sure how to deal with that because the problem is that when you're waiting to be charged, there's nothing for you to do. So maybe an idea would be to have huge malls or something like enjoyment centers or something like that, where people can actually do something while their vehicles are charging, because in the middle of nowhere, you don't feel like it's pulling over and doing nothing for half an hour waiting to get to the line and then charging your vehicle. I'm not sure what is the solution there.
Yeah, Otočac is a very difficult place. I know because I always charge there. But a solution is to have few hundred charging spots at a certain time. We calculated you need around 200 chargers per petrol station, each petrol station, and they come every 30 kilometers or something like that. But there should also be petrol stations with something to offer a little bit more than the one in Otočac.
Exactly.
That one is really bad, and you can't really avoid it because there is far space between chargers in the Lika mountain. Yes.
So yeah, maybe instead of subsidizing EVs, we should subsidize infrastructure which is necessary, but not necessarily economic for the investors.
Yes, of course we need to subsidize chargers, especially at the beginning.
Yeah, I think there is the dilemma that we want electric vehicles driving 1,000 kilometers, so we can do our trip over 1 day and we charge during the night, while for normal use we drive only 40 kilometers a day average, something like that, depending on the country. So we have very huge batteries in our cars, in fact only to go on holidays. But yeah, from mental point of view, from thinking, yeah, we need that. That's the reason why we have long driving ranges. Concerning the return of investment on the charging infrastructure, I'm wondering if heavy duty will be there a solution. Well, you can see it as a next issue or a next challenge when all the trucks are electric. So people think that hydrogen will be the future for trucks. I have some doubts if I see the evolution of the battery technology further improving. I think 50% of the trucks they can drive already electric. But okay, for longer distance they will also need charging infrastructure on the highway. And these trucks are not traveling only during holidays. They're traveling the whole year through. So then that infrastructure, if we can combine fast charging for trucks and passenger cars, which is another challenge, then the return on investment maybe will be there.
Yeah, Ulrich.
Maybe we can say it in the positive way. Maybe electric vehicle is the game changer with this problem. Nowadays, the French people, many German people are not afraid of coming to a congestion and standing on the autobahn for hours. They expect that, yeah? And this is normal, and it's not really a problem. It's only lost time and time consumption, but well, it partly belongs to traveling. And it's not a technical problem because at the next gas station they get their gasoline after waiting 15 minutes or so. But this could be an EV could be an educational manner because it's not solvable as easy as gasoline tanking. And maybe this will lead to a sort of a paradigm change how to use a car, and well, makes sense also in the case of time saving and well, more peaceful start into a holiday.
Another topic, grid stabilization, ancillary services. We are going to have lots of roof PV on low voltage. And at certain point, we're going to have excess of this PV energy being exported through the transformation up to the higher level, which means that the lower level grid will stay without enough reactive power and unstable. Can we use inverters which are on the cars to do grid forming production of reactive power, or will the inverters from PVs be enough? What is your take, if anybody thought about this issue? Yeah.
Well, not the focus of my research work, but I'm a little bit familiar with the topic. Normally, of course, the system who causes the default should provide the reactive power, and this is the converter of PV, and technically this is not a problem at all. But of course, especially elder system may not be able to do this. So I think it would be a good idea if the power electronic in electric vehicles also could deliver this service, which is technically not really a challenge.
Maybe, go ahead.
Yeah, there's no technical challenges there. The issue is not only the reactive power, it's the active as well. If you at certain points in time produce a lot of electricity, the voltage goes up. If you consume a lot in the evening, the voltage goes down, and it's difficult for the distribution network to handle such oscillations in voltage, which is why in those cases the DSO might need to purchase some kind of ancillary services. However, the question is, where does it get money to purchase such services? So that's why usually the DSOs are very cautious when it comes to connecting new facilities, especially high power facilities such as high-speed charging stations and so on, that only operate during relatively limited amounts of time at this point yet, because still we don't have so many EVs.
Okay, so if there are any questions from audience, I'm now opening floor for questions. I still have some questions, but yes, there is 2, 3, please, yes, start. Yeah.
Yes, very nice. I learned quite a bit from your discussions, but I like to...
Is the microphone working?
I'd like to read to you from a report that Toyota put together. A report that Toyota has put together. You may have already seen that report, but in New York Times, there is a piece I saw. It says that we have electric vehicles. Also, we have electric vehicles like hybrid, plug-in or rechargeable by driving and braking. Now, the rocks minerals that you need, all of them, they need minerals. Now, the computations that the Toyota people did, that for one long-range electric vehicle, the amount of minerals you need would be enough for either 6 plug-in hybrids or 90 of the type of hybrid that can be plugged in for a recharge. Now, the overall carbon reduction of those 90 hybrids, that unpluggable, over their lifetimes is 37 times as much as a single battery electric vehicle. Now, Toyota maybe have the report self-interest because, they did not. They have this rechargeable, the Prius type, but it has been validated. These computations by the people, knowledgeable people. Now, also, I feel that some of the minerals that come from some countries that have problematic, the working conditions, etc. So, if we keep that in mind, and we see another fact that it says, computations, so electric vehicles have to travel between 28,000 and 68,000 miles before they have an emissions advantage over similarly sized and equipped internal combustion engines or mobiles, according to some of the people that they verified the Toyota report. So that may take 10 years or more if the EV isn't driven much. So I want to hear your comments. I can see that, that we are all, we need electric vehicles, we need to decarbonize. But can you comment on this?
Well, I hope I heard you well enough. I'm sure panelists will have good answers, but I can also comment a bit on that. All the materials we need for the transition from now till the end of century is less than the materials fossil fuel used in only one single year. So we are talking about minuscule amounts of materials. Of course, bigger amounts than we use now, but most of materials, it's only a question of possible bottlenecks in the second half of this decade, but there are not really limits to the amounts of materials that we need. We will need to recycle them, but they will be recycled because they're expensive. So I don't really see that as a problem. Regarding the electric car becoming more sustainable than IC engine car after a certain number of kilometers, that depends very much on the context. If you used fossil fuels to produce the electric car, of course this is longer. But we are moving very quickly to renewables, so this will not be an issue at all in 10 years' time when most of power and energy will anyway be renewable. So this is a temporary question, but we need to reduce carbon emissions for 100%, and hybrids cannot deliver that, so they're not solution. They may be a nice marketing tool for people who are not feeling too comfortable to switch to electric vehicles now, but in the long run, we will all be driving electric cars happily ever after. Yuri.
Yes, indeed. When I see this kind of information in the public domain, I always try to figure out where does it come from. There is a lot of lobbying behind the scenes. There are car industries that are, let's say, lacking behind in the development of electric vehicles and putting a lot of effort in hybrids. And of course, it's easy to say a hybrid car needs less battery than a full battery electric car. That's true. All the rest is wrong. I have several PhD students. I had several PhD students, and I still have several PhD students doing for 4 years research to calculate the environmental impact of electric vehicles and compare it with other vehicle technology. Some people, they do it in 3 minutes on a little white paper in their kitchen, and they think they can do a calculation, what is the CO2 impact of a vehicle. It's not that easy. Life cycle assessment is a science as such, and you need the skills to do that. And when you go deeper into the details behind calculations of CO2 emissions, then you can easily find where are the wrong assumptions in the wrong calculations. Take, for instance, production of petrol or diesel. Petrol and diesel need to be refined out of crude oil. The amount of CO2 emissions to produce petrol or diesel is almost the same in order of magnitude as the amount of CO2 emissions to produce electricity. Often this is not taken into account. They only look to tailpipe emissions for petrol and diesel cars. This is just one example. If you do these calculations in Belgian situation, then electric vehicles are consuming 3 to 4 times less CO2 emissions today. That is not including the renewable energy that is coming into our electricity system the coming year. So every year when I buy an electric car today, tomorrow it will be cleaner because tomorrow there is more solar. The day after tomorrow it will be even more cleaner because there is more wind. So, and then the other comparison at European level, if you take the electricity mix in Europe, and the same is valid for the USA, for instance, then today this electric vehicles are consuming half of the CO2 emissions, driving the same distance as a petrol car on a full life of the vehicle. These calculations can be backed up by a lot of scientific reports I can provide you if you need it.
If no comments from panelists, there was one question there, and then here.
Goran Krajacic, University of Zagreb. I have a question for Professor Wagner. You are coming from the heart of German automotive industry, and you said you are in research for electric vehicles for 40 years. So I have one question that is worrying me. So because I think that you were doing the best cars in the world. I don't want to offend colleagues from Japan, you know, but so why you didn't? Why you're not leading this electromobility? Because 15 years ago we were saying the electric cars are coming. 10 years ago we were showing that the electric vehicles are really necessary and they will help decarbonization. And then what is wrong with the, let's say, German car industry? Why you are not leading it, this electromobility? Was it because engineers said it was not feasible to do it, because of the managers that said we don't need it, or politicians didn't want it? Do you have answer? If you don't have this answer, okay, I have easy question for you. Then when you show that you will put 300 gigawatts in electric grid in Germany until 2040, I know that the German has planned to build the 200 gigawatts until 2030. So is this 300 additional to this 200, or it is additional to current level of installed PV?
Okay, last question first, because this is the easier one. It's a difference between two scenarios, one with direct bidirectional power flow and one without. So it's a difference between these two scenarios. Yes, on your first question, very difficult, quite difficult, because not only the car producer in Munich, but almost all the others, they were active since the 70s. So they tried many things, battery cars and also hydrogen fuel cell driven cars. And of course it's always the question, the balance between what is technically possible and what does the user want to have. And the third column, of course, is politics. Is there a subsidy for introducing a new technology? What about the infrastructure construction, which is, especially in the case of EV, a presumption before we can enter in this technology? So maybe the car producers do not always have the biggest impulse or moment to drive a new technology, but they always have a very good picture of what is interesting for the next 2, 3, 4 years. What is the request of the customer? And of course, it could be much more. And the biggest problem I see is that almost all car producers have their focus on big cars. I just visited the international automobile market in Munich 2 or 3 weeks ago, and very boring, I have to say. Almost all the cars electric. So worst case was a hybrid car, 1 or 2, but they were a little ashamed. And no ICE car, so all electric cars. And well, wherever you went, same size, so a limousine with 4 doors, 5 seats, 4 meters 50 long, 500 horsepower, 50,000 euro. So the same thing, and well, a gap I see is in smaller cars, and this is something where, well, I think our automotive industry could invest much, or could invest more. So having a bigger focus on smaller cars. Of course, we all know what the incentive is for bigger cars, because the added value for the company is bigger, and they can try well, new technology and so on. Well, I'm not sure whether this is the complete answer to your very complicated and partly psychological question. This is what I can answer to your question.
Thank you. We have another question here, and another there, and another there. Okay.
Yeah, Al Romick from the U.S. National Academy. Just thinking about the developed world period, I would submit that not all places are equal. For example, the population density of Europe is very different than the US or Canada or Australia. And I know that, for example, having one home in the Intermountain West, 1/3 the size of Europe with less than 10 million people. You get off of the main highways, you'll see a sign that says next services, meaning gasoline, 220 miles. So I don't know how in regions like, once you're out of the southern belt of Canada, Australia, or intermountain regions of the West or the Midwest of the US, where the population density is so low, how you can ever fully electrify the fleet there. Maybe hybrids, but there's just not going to be the capital capacity to install grid charging stations in those very remote areas.
This is an excellent question, but actually it's much easier to deliver electricity in Outback than petrol.
People won't pay for it, not when there's not enough customers.
No, because you have electricity everywhere. Come on. How many of those homes don't have electricity?
The homes can be 100 miles apart.
Okay. So you can drive 100 miles between 2 homes. I mean, electricity there is everywhere. Petrol is somewhere, I remember nearly got stuck in Wyoming once because they burned one petrol station which was in between, and then I had to drive 200 miles. But there was thousands of houses on the way where I could charge my car.
As the other very non-dense country, the most non-dense country, yeah, you're right. We actually are getting a good uptake in regional areas where people who have homes, they can refill their cars with their electricity without having to drive hundreds of miles to actually go and fill up with gas. So we're actually finding that I don't know so much about those driving through. That's more a highway issue, and those are also being dealt with by government infrastructure investment. But in terms of the people living in those regions, they're finding it better because, yes, they do all have electricity. And in fact, the electricity supply is now nearer their homes because it's coming from the remote areas where the large PV farms are in particular. And so in terms of the grid's actually reversing, where we had big power stations close to cities, big fat grid coming into cities. Remote people were really hard done by. It's actually reversing the density of energy out in remote areas is higher now than it ever has been. So in terms of actually what we're seeing on the ground, we are seeing a good uptake in regional areas because people feel more in control because they can fill their car themselves as opposed to hoping that Joe Blow down the road actually has enough gas.
Not if you're traveling through.
Yeah, people don't tend to travel through really remote areas. If they do on highways, and highways have infrastructure being built all the time now in Australia, but it's a bit different to the US where we're even more remote, more dispersed, but Ironically, then we're more concentrated because we grow along highways.
How would you drive from Brisbane to Alice Springs from Washington, for example?
Oh, I have colleagues who do those kind of journeys. You wouldn't drive through the middle of the outback anyway. Very few people, even if they have four-wheel drives, would ever attempt to trip like that without actually going down the highway and across on the next highway. It's just not practical in Australia because we don't have the road infrastructure in the first place. So again, ironically, it's actually easier in some ways than trying to put gasoline, trucking it out, and the emission costs of actually trucking the gasoline out to a remote petrol station compared to delivering electricity to that same point for somebody to charge their car. So it's different in the US where you have a lot more people driving through a lot more remote areas, but ours are very highway driven, very trunk road driven.
So 200 miles is not a problem, on every petrol station you will have chargers because petrol stations, they need electricity in order to pump fuel. And because it's expensive to bring electricity to petrol station, you usually bring them on medium voltage, which means you have plenty of excess capacity you can use for chargers. So on petrol stations you will have a solution. In homes you will have a solution. So I don't really see a problem, not even in Africa. You will have PV on the roof and cars will be charged with PV. Anybody in the panel want to comment this remote case? No? Then we had a question there, and then we had a question here, and then again there. Okay, please.
Yep. Raul from Remats Technology. I actually have two questions. The first one is related other mobility models. Have we considered those into the corrections or into the predictions that we're doing into the energy requirements? For example, co-ownership of vehicles, large companies with large fleets of electric vehicles instead of single ownership, because I see in younger generations driving is more of a nuisance than actually a pleasurable thing. Yeah, that's my first question. And the second question, I would like to address the question actually from the gentleman here, because I think maybe for the technical issues, it wasn't very clear. His question was regarding the minerals that are used on battery production, not really the CO2 emissions that we're dealing with. How are we taking into consideration the ecological and human impacts from this mineral?
Okay, this question is coming from these guys making 2 million euros cars in Zagreb. Anybody wants to answer this question from the panel? Well, the first one, yes, young people will probably buy cars later, and they will prefer some kind of sharing and using transport as services. So we are moving into fleets, and hopefully you guys will develop cars with drive on their own. So we will not really, I don't think we will want to own a car once the insurance is taken over by the car production companies, and that will happen at the level 3. So it's very soon happening, and then after that I think ownership is something that will start to fall quickly. Yuri, maybe on the second question?
Yes, indeed, on the second question, but you already mentioned even that the availability of material, we don't think there will be an issue. As long as we recycle the batteries, that's very important. And also the recycling has also an impact to reduce the impact on the environmental quality of electric vehicles. When you do life cycle assessment, you have indeed the CO2 emissions, impact on climate change, and you have many other impact categories. If you select all these impact categories, you can find one, and that is human toxicity. On human toxicity, electric vehicles are worse than petrol vehicles. That's a fact, a scientific fact when you do the calculation. However, the uncertainty on the results of human toxicity is very large. So if you do life cycle assessment, it's very crucial to include uncertainty in your analysis, to not show only one result, but to show a variety of results. if you take all these impact categories, climate change, ecotoxicity, human toxicity, resource depletion, acid rain, and so on, you can combine these impacts and you can calculate finally a single score. So a single scoring is including all the different impact categories. Well, if you take the single score, then electric vehicles are much better than petrol or diesel cars. So, and that single score is including that human toxicity, where in original numbers electric vehicles were worse. Is that clear, that answer? It's a little bit complex, but I can send you some scientific papers on that if you want.
Axel?
Yes, thank you. Flow batteries, like vanadium flow batteries, received a great deal of attention as means of storing larger quantities of electricity. Can you comment from the perspective of the mobility sector regarding the development of flow batteries? Does it make sense there, or is it really for other sectors, if anywhere?
Well, that would probably be better for the next panel on batteries. But what I can say is that this is mainly developed for stationary use, but there will be a big barrier to that, because lithium batteries will have second life in stationary use. So all these car batteries can be used for another 10 years as stationary batteries. There will be a huge amount of them before you need to recycle them. So I'm not sure about the market for flow batteries there, but maybe Ulrich.
Yeah, maybe I can add one aspect. So I agree that flow batteries will have their future in stationary application. We have made some experience with flow batteries in electric vehicles so many years ago, but they were quite unsafe. So if you look on the flow battery, it has lots of tubes and pumps and so on, which is not very convenient for mobile application. And of course, flow batteries have made an interesting development in the last 10 or 20 years so, and the efficiency is much higher, so the energy density is better. But I agree that this is much more interesting or important for stationary application.
We have one question there, and then another one there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Rob Crawhall with the Canadian Academy of Engineering. I wasn't originally going to get into non-urban issues. I have a question about urban, but while we're at it, I happen to sit on the national standards body for distribution networks. So in Canada, you have to think of this as urban, rural, remote, north, and far north. So the north and far north, we're still trying to get them off of diesel generators for the electricity. So there is no grid, there is no network. And as we've seen this last summer, there's a lot of adverse weather conditions. So we still deal with about a 50% drop in distance capacity during the winter because of using the batteries for heat within the car, consequences of losing the battery when you're in a car on a pass-through drive when it's -20, -30, -40 with wind chill is actually fairly serious. So the range anxiety is a bit different. And we've seen a lot of part of adaptation to bad weather conditions, whether they be forest fires, which have flattened a couple of cities in Western Canada this year, or floods as happened in BC, or where you have to evacuate a whole town. You know, they're not lining up because it's French holiday weekend, it's because there's a forest fire coming through and you have to get away from it. A lot of issues with whether or not you want to be actually driving your pickup truck with a gas engine that'll get out, or whether you'll be driving an electric vehicle. And that's just sort of reality of the discussion. The main problem we have in the standards body is that in Canada, each province has its electrical utility or series of electrical utilities. which are obliged by law to provide the lowest possible tariff to the user community. And one of the consequences of that is they haven't been renewing the infrastructure, such as the last distribution transformers before you get to the houses. And so they're all running near capacity. And they don't have a mechanism to get ahead of the current curve. So we're seeing electric vehicles coming mostly into affluent neighborhoods, but there's a whole series of problems of infrastructure up to those affluent neighborhoods that really cannot take the capacity. And so they need to be able to change it faster than the electric vehicles are coming in. And we're seeing a lot of mandates for 2030, 2035, which is going to drive the rate of adoption of electric vehicles much more quickly than the utilities have planned on updating mostly the transformers. So, you talked at the beginning about integrating the systems, and we are looking at microgrids and mini-grids, but there is a fundamental problem with getting through the legal structures that contain the utilities for them to be able to move quickly enough to keep up with the EV adoption. So I don't know if that's a European problem, if your utilities are a lot more flexible or forward-looking than the Canadian utilities, but just getting the electricity to where it's needed is going to be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. You have just redefined the remoteness very much, so that you are talking about 0.001% of global population. And I admit that in northern Canada, in Nunavut and Northwest Territories, there may be a problem because you don't have solar energy, and if there is no wind, and this may be the case inside, then you need to use diesel generators. But this is a really, really marginal case, and I agree that we might not have solutions for such cases, but most of remote places can produce electricity from PV panels. Most of global population, even non-electrified, live in areas where PV panels are a solution, or they're grid connected, so there is electricity in a much more dense sense than there is fuel available. So yes, I agree, you have managed to find a case where I don't have answer yet, but I will think about it. But this is a really minor issue on a global scale. So we will leave you your petrol cars or diesel cars. The issue of batteries losing mileage, yes, this is a known issue. And for minus 50 degrees, that's a major problem. I don't know how to solve that problem apart from keeping your car connected to the grid most of the time when you're parked in the night, when the temperatures are really low. But in Norway, okay, temperatures don't go that low, but it works very well. Now they have around 30% of electric cars on the road. 90% of the market is electric cars. It works well. In Sweden, which gets much colder, it seems it's working quite well. You lose maybe 30% range, but it is still quite feasible. I don't know, what do you want to comment on this very remote case? Yeah. Okay. Then we had the question there.
Thanks. Something that I saw in the news, 6 months or so ago was this idea of having portable battery packs for electric vehicles. So the idea is very similar to what you do when you fill up the gas tank in your grill. You know, you go get some propane at the gas station, you drop it off, and you pick up a new one. Can you comment on whether that's a realistic thing for electric vehicles? Can you really swap battery packs in and out like that? Is that really going to happen?
Well, my solution when I was driving electric car in areas without chargers, and Balkans 10 years ago was completely without chargers, was simple. I would just knock on the door of a next nice lady and have a coffee with her while charging my car. So I don't really see a need for extra battery. But regarding the exchange of batteries, this is a business model that failed in several cases. Maybe somebody will develop it. It makes sense for two-wheelers when you have a small number of cells, because then the battery management system is not such a crucial part of your car. But if you're exchanging batteries for which have many cells, you also have to exchange the computer or all the memory about how the cells were used. And this is quite complicated, I would say.
That's called battery swapping stations, I think. So yeah, first time it failed, it was a long time ago by an Israeli company. Yeah, Better Place. And then there was Tesla. They put a battery swapping station halfway from San Francisco to LA. However, the cost of replacing the battery was, I believe, $50 to $70, which is very expensive for American terms. So I have a feeling they wanted it to fail for some reason. It's a very big investment to build a swapping station. Today, you have swapping stations on the highways from Beijing to Shanghai by a company called NIO, which is a Chinese-based company. And they produce actually really nice EVs, very good. I would say that in 99% of the cases you don't need that. You wouldn't use that in a city. Another problem that we had a project that had something to do with battery swapping stations. And we had a poll, a questionnaire for people in Croatia and outside of Croatia. And there's a couple of thousand people who responded to the questionnaire. And one of the biggest problem was, how do I know that I will get a good battery? Because my battery is great, I took a good care of that, and I don't believe that the battery they gave me is good. So if we are to have something like that for electric vehicles, or for four-wheels vehicles, it would make sense maybe if you go from Zagreb all the way to Dubrovnik, and you replace your battery halfway. You spend your time in Dubrovnik, and you're probably gonna take your car back to Zagreb. And then you can pick your own battery on the way back. I think that's the only thing that kind of makes sense for battery swapping stations kind of in Europe. Everything above that, I don't think. Even this case is a little bit far-fetched, let's be honest. And standardization is another major issue because none of the cars have the same access to the batteries. They don't have the same batteries. They don't have the same packs, the same models, the same voltage levels, or anything like that.
I think discussion is getting really hot, but we have to draw this panel to the end. So I would like to ask panelists to give their last thought if they have any. We said it all. Okay. If no last thoughts, then I would like to close this panel. Thank you very much. And we now have a coffee break, so we can recharge our brain with some caffeine battery. And we meet again here in half an hour. Thank you. Okay. Session.
I can go to my room very quickly and email it to you.
Okay. Session on batteries. No. The second session is, well, your session is about, okay. Session on batteries, yes. So no, I don't have.
play this? Folder. Gdje je to? Gdje me sad miš? Aha, tu je. Dobro. Aha, 3. A ovaj i Mandić je četvrta, a za njega je... Marko?
Mandić je rekao.
Gdje je? Aha, tu je od Mandića.
Je, ipak ima.
To je prezentacija, dobro. Evo ga. Tu ćemo još kopirati. Evo ga, to je Mandić. Dobro. Znači, aha, već je tamo. A ne, onda ću otvoriti i ove druge dvije da budu barem otvorene. I Tony Harper. Dobro. Ne, Tony Harper se nije otvorio. Evo ga. I sad odemo na ovu i kliknemo ovako. Dobro.
Samo još malo. Welcome to the second session. I hope recharge, as Neven told you. The subject is batteries, the core technologies. I am a moderator and my name is Željko Tomšić. I am from University of Zagreb, Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing. As a previous session, this session we start with 30-minute invited talk. And after that, each panelist will be invited to give initial pitch for around 5 minutes. In panel, main speaker is Mr. Wu Kai, who is professor level senior engineer and the chief scientist of contemporary Amperex Technology Co. Limited. He has more than 20 years of extensive experience in battery research and development. He has spearheaded the mass production of China's first NCM lithium-ion battery and continues to maintain the technology leadership. In addition, has independently developed a key set of domestic battery manufacturing equipment which has achieved the leading position in the world in terms of efficiency, precision, and contingency in production. Please, Mr. Wu Kai.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Wu Kai from City of China. Many thanks to, Many thanks to Professor Mona for his kind invitation, and also to Professor Tomšić for your kind introduction, and also to Professor Li to recommend me to be here to give a speech on behalf of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Today, my topic is battery applications in transformation of energy and transportation. First, sorry to say, I'm not good at English, so I have to put down my English words on the card in order to make my speech more smooth. Okay, okay, you know, our company called CATL is a company to make the EV, electric vehicle batteries, and also energy storage batteries. Briefly, brief our company. Last year, our EV battery market share globally 37%, and already #1 in recent 6 years. Similar to energy storage batteries. This is our company. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. See, maybe I use the keyboard, right? Okay. Hmm? Yeah, it don't work, sorry. Sorry. Okay. Restart? Yeah, yeah, yeah. The keyboard is not working. Okay. Okay, I try. Okay, it works. Today, I would like to discuss battery technologies and their applications. I will focus on these 3 sectors. The first is clean energy and transportation electrification. Second, the key to sustainable energy transition. And third, battery technology innovation. In response to climate change, the world is accelerating the energy transition. Until now, more than 150 countries have committed to a carbon neutrality plan, which involves 80% of the global CO2 emission, GDP, and the population. Based on the IEA report, more than 60% global CO2 emissions came from the energy generation and transportation. Emissions continue to grow. As we recovered from COVID, fossil fuels still play an important role in our society, posing a challenge to meet global climate goals. There are several methods to phase out fossil fuels and reduce carbon emissions, such as building a diversified energy supply, enhancing the grid infrastructure, and increasing end-use electrification. IEA suggests that electric vehicles will play an important role. By 2030, the global electrification rate will reach 60%. By 2035, 50% of sales of heavy duty trucks will be EVs. And by 2040, 50% of aviation fuel will be low-emission fuel. Then the next topic, the key to the sustainable energy transition. So, what is the key? The key is the keyword of my speech, battery. At least, I believe, at least. At the grid level, batteries can store excess energy generated from solar and wind, which are intermittent by nature. Then, when energy demand is higher than renewable output, batteries can be discharged. This means that we can supply energy at night, with PV at night, or no wind is blowing. Batteries installed in electric vehicles can also play an active role in stabilizing the grid. This concept is called vehicle-to-grid, or V2G. This name, or V2G. The energy system in future will be mainly powered by solar and wind energy, nuclear power, hydropower, and other non-fossil fuels. In addition, distributed energy, namely energy production on the user side, will be an important supplement. While a battery in a single electric vehicle could be relatively small, an EV fleet can generate megawatt to gigawatt of electricity. V2G pilot projects have been carried out in several cities in China, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing. Customers can benefit from this. The importance of battery performance speeds up the electrification process. In the past 10 years, the specific energy of LP battery cells has increased from 100 watt per kilogram to 195. The specific energy of NCM battery cells has increased from 125 to 300. The power density has doubled to tripled. The cost has decreased by 80%. And the charging speed has increased, reducing the charge time from 8 hours to 10 minutes, from 10 to 80% state-of charge. The progress of batteries has also helped electric vehicles to be recognized by customers, and the penetration rate has increased year by year. In addition to the field of passenger cars, the electrification process of commercial vehicles, industry vehicles, ships, and aircraft is also accelerating. CATS has helped electrify more than 200 ships of various types, and is also participating in the joint development of electric aircraft. In the process of helping the transformation of energy and transportation, it is very important for the sustainable development of the industry to establish production, use, cascade utilization, recycling, resource regeneration as soon as possible. In the recycling process, metals such as nickel, cobalt, copper, aluminum, and lithium are recovered and kept in the battery value chain to manufacture new active inactive materials. Also, here's we call battery swapping. Battery swapping has also been considered as an alternative and valuable business mode in addition to electrical vehicle charging. Battery swapping can also benefit and enable battery reuse. These batteries are managed in a unified way and retired in batches. And at the same time, volumes of end-of-life batteries for recycling become more predictable. Having a battery traceability system, okay, is important to provide transparent and reliable information regarding the battery lifetime. Why this? This is just because the battery is so important. We need to differentiate each battery pack and cell. We need to differentiate. Then how to do this? We need to differentiate. Then how to do this? This just like ourselves, every person. I make an example. How can I easily come from China to Croatia today? That's just because I have my passport to differentiate. I'm Wu Kai, but not you. So the Croatia customs can let me enter in. I'm Wu Kai. I have my age, my nationality a lot of information, then can differentiate in the world so many people, but only one Wuhan. So for the battery, the same. CATL has set up the passport for all battery cells and packs. Here's an example. Okay, you see the CATL battery passport. This is a battery pack. This is a passport number. And here you see this battery pack, carbon footprint. Okay, from this, just we scan the QR code on the pack, we can get this table. Okay, so for this carbon footprint, from this number, you can know whether it is compliant with the European battery regulation or not. For example, here, recycling materials, it can tell you in this battery pack how much recycling materials are be used. So a lot of them in here. So this are differentiated. This battery pack, the unique in the world, only this pack. So in recent years, we saw fast development of battery technologies. So for the third part, in the following slide, I would like to share some of our key innovations and achievements. Batteries for stationary storage and electric vehicles have different performance requirements. However, safety is paramount, always number one, no matter EV, no matter any storage. In addition, other main requirements for the energy storage are life and RTE. RTE means round trip efficiency. Okay. And for the EV battery is the high energy density for increasing the driving range, and also fast charging capability to reduce the charging time. This is very key. In terms of battery safety, safety is always number one. We need to avoid, very important is thermal propagation. So what is thermal propagation? Thermal propagation means in case one single battery cell thermal run away, the rest of cells in the pack fail one by one. We call it thermal propagation. That is not acceptable, because if thermal propagation happened, you can see fire outside the pack, even explode. This cannot be accepted. This is why CATL developed the so-called no propagation or NP technology. Here we define the 4 generations of our NP technology. Passive protection, just do some protection. Active isolation, control of smoke and gas, and for the failure imperceptibility. These are all the 4 stages. Today, we are on the stage, the generation 2, NP generation 2. We call it active isolation. This is the second generation technology, achieved the high voltage and smoke isolation. This technology compatible with different battery chemistries and voltage platforms, and it has already been deployed in mass production already, this year already. For safety, besides the design, the manufacturing process is also very important. High quality in the battery manufacturing will lead to increased safety at the battery pack and the application level. A car contains dozens to hundreds of battery cells. And the ppm level cell failure rate will lead to a car failure rate in 1 out of 10,000. You know, if 10,000 cars, 1 car will fail, maybe have fire. That cannot be acceptable. But this number here, because tens of years ago, in the cell phone, the notebook, that kind of the failure rate around 1 ppm. That can be acceptable because our cell phone, only one cell, battery cell, only one. But in a EV battery pack, hundreds of cells. So still 1 ppm of cells failure rate cannot be acceptable. So thus, through a series of innovations, the single cell failure rate made by CATL can make ppb level, part per billion, not per million, per billion. And this vehicle level failure rate will achieve 1 out of 10 million. We can achieve that. Just by this achievement and also some others, we get our Yibin factory and the Ningde factory, 2 plants, have been awarded as the lighthouse. These lighthouse factories by the World Economic Forum, and they are the only 2 lighthouse factories in the battery industry globally. Only 2 by now. Just because of the failure rate is the first reason they gave us the award. Besides the safety, battery lifespan is a key requirement for both the stationary storage and also to enable V2G is very important. For achieving long cycle life, the side reactions and capacity fading during battery use have to be suppressed. For this, anode surface treatment and cathode doping and coating technologies have been deployed to minimize the side reactions. In the meantime, self-healing electrolyte, this is by CATL technology, self-healing electrolyte has been introduced to improve the cycling performance. In 2020, CATL supplied long-life batteries with 12,000 cycles for a 100 megawatt-hour energy storage station in Jinjiang, Fujian province, China. It has been running safely over 1,300 days and provided 1.2 trillion kilowatt hours of energy to the grid. The long-life battery technology provides a technical feasibility for the energy storage application. RTE, round-trip efficiency. This is a ratio of the discharged energy to the charged energy. We call it RTE. By reducing the cell resistance, or DCR, and the system impedance, and by implementing new technologies, such as intelligent state-of-charge calibration, we have increased the RTE from the initial 93% to currently 96.5%, greatly improving the competitiveness of lithium-ion battery for stationary storage. Super fast charging. The charging convenience and the charging time are affecting the customer decision to purchase the electric vehicles. Most people hope that the charging time could be as fast as the refueling of combustion engine vehicles. I think everyone very familiar with your combustion engine vehicles. Do you agree? I think sure you will agree. Why not? Sure. But but you should know, from the technical side of battery fast charging is not so easy. Very difficult. For battery, very difficult. Then, how long time can you accept? How long time? For combustion engine vehicles to the gas station, within 5 minutes, 1 tank of gasoline, within 5 minutes. Now for EV battery, for EV car, by our market investigation. We have to do the market investigation. By our market investigation, for EV, one charge, one time, 400 kilometer driving range with less than 10 minutes charging time is acceptable. Our investigation. The best is within 5 minutes. So 10 minutes to 5 minutes, 400 kilometer driving range is acceptable. Thus, okay, we recently announced, that, okay, our breakthrough technology achieving 4C fast charging in lithium iron phosphate batteries. 4C charging means 10 minutes charge for a 400 kilometer range in 10 to 80% SOC window. We can achieve this today. For this technology, new technologies of here, I showed, okay, some example. New technologies of super ionic conductor and nano-structured lithium iron phosphate cathode materials have been applied to improve lithium ion diffusion. For the anode, we have developed a faster ion ring on the material surface to increase the ion insertion channels and improve ionic conductivity. We also deployed a multi-gradient layered electrode to balance the fast charging and the high energy density during cell manufacturing. You know, for the battery cell guy, you should know fast charging and the energy density usually not easy to have both the increase, not so easy. So we do some balancing. And then next, we are now developing the product, one charge, 400 kilometers with 5 minutes charging one time. Hope it will soon in the market. Maybe next year, CATL have the plan. The improvement of the energy density of EV battery can greatly improve the range of electric vehicles, the driving range. And the chemistry is crucial for increasing the energy density. We continue to develop and use materials with high specific capacity as the anode and cathode material for the battery. Anode cathode material for the battery. This is our the chemistry, the energy density roadmap. Okay. With our proprietary condensed battery technology, this is our CATL's technology, we are able to achieve ultra-high energy density for aviation application. Just for EV, this is for aviation. So for EV battery, currently the highest the energy density for battery cell is around 300 watt-hour per kilogram. That's not enough for the aviation. Aviation usually we need 450 kilowatt-hour per kilometer. That's the number at least. So we do this development. This one is by integrating a range of innovations, including a highly conductive biomimetic condensed state electrolyte, an ultra-high energy density cathode material, an innovative anode material, and also thinner surface treated separator, and also advanced manufacturing process. This one, we already, end of this year, we can put this in mass production. The only shortcoming of this battery pack, the shortcoming is the cost is very high currently. But we want to, okay, in the near future, want to reduce the cost, but currently very high. This is the one technology for high energy density. Another one is we call the metal-free battery. We also developing this one just from a non-transition metal cathode material. You know, current our cathode material, for example, NCM, besides lithium, we have nickel, cobalt, manganese, all transition metal. The cost is high. So we just want to develop a non-transition metal cathode material through our high throughput calculation. You know, we have a laboratory, a lot of guys to do the high throughput calculation. We need to do the calculation. Expecting to get the energy density beyond 500 watt-hour per kilogram with a very competitive cost in the near future. This is what we're doing. And currently, we have already do a lot of calculation and in the laboratory, we get the gram level some sample we have got. In addition to the above technologies, I would like to share some progress of the solid-state battery in CATL. You know, solid-state battery, you know, almost every the battery company and university doing this. Okay, solid-state battery. So I have a general introduction for the progress of CATL. You know, for this, the utilization of lithium metal anode is a key challenge. We need to use the lithium metal. So why not the all solid? If still use the graphite, is no meaning. So we need to use the lithium metal to increase the energy density. But in order to use the lithium metal, we have to use them all solid. Okay. That one, you know, the challenge is because of the lithium dendrite. This is a big challenge, which can lead to the battery failure and safety issues. CATL has engineered an advanced electrolyte interface. By implementing our mechanical enhancement technology, we achieved a critical current density of 20 milliamp per square centimeter without observing any dendrite growth. Additional challenge is improving the solid-to-solid contact. Solid-to-solid contact, because all solid in the cathode side, the cathode material particle, when discharging, is shrink. The solid electrolyte and the particle, the interface may separate. That the impedance will be very high. Okay, it cannot be used. So the solid-to-solid interface is very, very important. For this one, CATL has developed a mixing conduction network technology, greatly enhancing the cycling stability of solid-to-solid interface, achieving over 6,000 cycles under 3C conditions. Still, this one is just in our laboratory, not in mass production. To the mass production, still, I think in some time. Another way to improve the energy density of EV batteries is structural innovation, which helps to further improve the energy density of batteries by improving the volumetric efficiency in the battery pack. Okay, this is the C2B, generation first, second, and third. What is a C2B? Traditional battery pack, we use battery cells and make a module with 10 or 12 or 20 cells, make one module, and put all modules in the battery pack to make a battery pack. 3 steps. But CATL, we have the innovation. Okay? We just put a cell directly in pack, no any module. So this we improve the volumetric efficiency. This is what we call C2P, 1, 2, 3. And future we planned, we call this CAETS, is a CATL integrated intelligent sensing. This is a EV platform where integrated all the key components such as battery system, DC-DC converter, onboard charger, the electrical drive system, the thermal management system, as well as the vehicle sensing, just integrate together, highly the efficiency will be very high. Okay, this is the future. Okay, or our ultimate solution. Today, the 2023, our up-to-date technology is C2B generation 3, or we call it Qilin. For the Qilin battery, okay, let me explain more. Serious Qilin battery, this year already in mass market, in the market. Qilin battery is the third generation of our cell-to-pack technology. A multifunctional cooling plate, here, okay, not so clear, okay, sorry, is sandwiched by the two larger surfaces of two neighboring cells. Our cells is a hard case cell, okay, two neighboring the face, okay, in between we sandwich a cooling plate. This cooling plate possesses three functions, not only one function, not only cooling, but three functions in one cooling plate. The first is the cooling function. The second is the thermal insulation function. Just I talk about the NP, no propagation by this. The thermal insulation function. And the third is swelling absorption function. Because our battery cell charge and discharge, the thickness become large and small. Okay, when charging, we are swelling. So this one also can absorb the swelling, this function. So three functions in one. This pack design reaches a record high volumetric efficiency of 72% and energy density up to 255 watt-hour per kilogram. A Chinese brand vehicle has been produced with a range of over 1,000 kilometers by using this technology. This one, okay, put here, you can see our Qilin battery was recognized the best inventions of 2022 by Time. The best inventions, 2022 by Time. Battery applications are incredibly diversified, and there is still significantly potential for performance improvement. Well, currently, lithium iron phosphate and layered oxide batteries are dominant in the market today. Still, here you can see the M3P battery, sodium ion battery, lithium metal battery, some other copper-free, some condenser battery, a lot of others. Okay, others this technology and some other technology pathways still have unique performance advantages. With the expansion of battery application and the deepening of segmented markets, more technology pathways will be commercialized, I think. The year of new clean energy is coming. As a battery provider and supplier, we work closely with our customers to achieve safe and long cycle life batteries for stationary storage, safe and fast charging batteries for vehicle electrification. Ultimately, to unlock the door to energy freedom for society and humanity. Thanks.
Thank you very much for a very optimistic perspective of batteries. Now we will continue with our panel, and I will invite our panelists. First is Tony Harper. Tony Harper is Challenge Director for the Faraday Battery Challenge in UK Research Innovation. He is responsible for the UK government £500 investment in scientific research, business-led innovation, and national scale-up infrastructure for battery technology. Tony is fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering, Chartered Engineer. Second panelist is Zoran Mandic. Zoran Mandic is full professor at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Chemical Engineering and Technology. He has a background in electrochemistry and electrochemical engineering fields. In the last 10 years, his work has focused on development of advanced electrode materials for energy storage application, particularly batteries and superconductors. And the third is Mario Vašak. He is full professor with the Department of Control and Computer Engineering at Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing and head of Laboratory for Renewable Energy Systems at FAIR. His current research interests include the domain of dynamic system predictive control with application to buildings and infrastructure. Now we will continue with short presentation of our panelists. Mr. Harpers.
Right, luckily I only have one slide, so hopefully the technology won't fail us. So, I'd like to start by sort of introducing you to some work that we've been doing in the UK. So, like many countries, we have been looking at how many batteries we need to support primarily our automotive industry. So I'm not talking about the market here or about EVs on the road. I'm talking about how many cars we produce in the UK and what batteries, what number of batteries that those factories will need. So 2 numbers to stick in the mind to start with. One is that by 2030, we will require about 90 gigawatt hours per year of capacity, of production capacity in the UK. So you've heard a lot of facts and figures today, but 90 gigawatt hours by 2030. Actually, that's only about a tenth of all of Europe. So Europe requires obviously an awful lot more. By 2035, that 90 number rises to about 135. By which time the United Kingdom will be mostly making electric vehicles. So most of the car plants in the UK by 2035 will be making electric vehicles. And bear in mind that the UK exports 80% of its production. So all of the car companies are looking to the global regulations and trying to work out what their product plans should be to meet the global regulations. And as I'm sure you know, car programs take sort of 4 to 5 years in gestation, anywhere between 500 million and £1 billion per car program. So you have to plan ahead, and pretty much the UK car industry is committed. But this slide then looks at a further piece of work where we said this 90 gigawatt hours, fine, but are these batteries all the same? And the answer is no. As hopefully you can sort of infer from the slide. So there's a wide range of battery requirements, from small urban utility vehicles through high volume vehicles, through premium and sports cars, large luxury sedans. So we make Range Rovers, we make Bentleys, we make Rolls Royces in the UK, all the way through to supercars, McLarens, Aston Martins, and so on. And so we did a piece of work to essentially try and define what the pack level requirements from an energy density point of view, gravimetric and volumetric energy density are. And we could do that because we could reasonably well foresee into 2030 what vehicles would be made, what size those vehicles would be, what weight classes those vehicles would be, what the customer requirements of those vehicles would be. And to cut a long story short, you can sort of almost, design the vehicles and design the battery packs that need to go into those vehicles, and then sum them up, which is essentially how this piece of work was done. And then once you've done that, you can overlay the pack level capability envelopes of various battery chemistries. So you can see that we've overlaid an LMFP capability envelope, and then one for NMC as well, which I think the figures tally reasonably well without any kind of pre-discussion the figures kind of line up. So what I'd like to do is just make a few remarks by sort of taking a tour of this chart, really. So the first thing to note, actually, is that for, if you look at the orange block there, 18 gigawatt hours and the supercars, actually the customer-driven requirements of those vehicles lie outside of the capability envelope, even of the very best batteries that we have available today. And so what that implies is a few things. One is we need to keep pushing the capability envelope of NMC, and you've seen earlier some of the technologies that can push that both at the cell level and the pack level. And I think we'll also see some dialing back of some of the customer requirements. So for Range Rovers and Bentleys and so on, some of those vehicles won't quite have the range that customers might expect. For supercars, you can see that at the moment they're laying well outside of the capability envelope, and I would say that's companies like Rimac are trying to solve that problem, but also that's why a number of those companies, I think, are arguing for a small volume derogation for e-fuels and so on, because it is very, very difficult to meet their customer requirements with batteries alone. The other thing that becomes obvious and was a slight surprise when we did this, although I think it's well known in China, is that a large amount of the volume requirements here can be met by LFP, lithium iron phosphates, or lithium manganese iron phosphate. And that means that actually, but today, certainly in the United Kingdom, and I think to a certain extent in Europe, most of the production capability or capacity that's being installed right now is all high nickel. So you could argue we are sort of over-engineering our manufacturing capability here on this side of the world, because a lot of the cars and vans that we make could actually be catered for by lower cost materials. And bear in mind, LMFP doesn't contain nickel or cobalt, so it would take a lot of the strain off of some of the materials as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over time. The other remark I would make in that sort of middle of the chart there is that cost is king. Over time, to get the user acceptance and to get products and smaller. Somebody earlier talked about smaller products with cheaper batteries. Absolutely possible. But also we need to drive down the cost of manufacturing. So we need to. That's why every company is looking at dry electrode coating to stop the energy or to get rid of the energy that's used for drying electrodes. But also, clean and dry rooms in gigafactories take up huge amounts of energy. So finding ways to mitigate mitigate those processes, and also looking for other manufacturing energy efficiency improvements. So there'll be a lot of innovation to be done to drive cost down in the middle of that chart. You've just heard about extending the capability range of the NMC box. So the way I would characterize that is that there's not immediate breakthrough, so some super cool thing that's going to come along and completely transform it. Although maybe we'll talk about more transformative technologies later. But as you've just seen, a continuous drive to improve energy density at chemistry level, at module, well, maybe getting rid of modules, and at pack level, and with software as well. And as I say, I would characterize those as incremental improvements, but they require breakthrough engineering. So adding silicon to anodes, for example, you think, well, that increases the energy density, so why not just add silicon to anodes? Well, silicon expands when it's charged and discharged. Expansion is not something that you want, expansion and contraction is not something you want at a cell level in a car battery. So the challenge there is to engineer the material so that the silicon can expand at the atomic level, but it doesn't expand at the macro level. Some great scientists are doing that, but it requires breakthrough engineering, not only to make that happen in the laboratory, but then to be able to make whatever the solution is, to be able to make tens of thousands of tons of that material, and then for that material to be compatible with the processes that are in gigafactories all of that requires breakthrough engineering. So everything that you've heard here requires breakthrough engineering, even though on the face of it it's kind of incremental. I've put a couple of benchmark examples on here, and sorry, I've used the NEO ES6 example, which has, I think, a Li-ion battery in it as a concept, not a CATL battery. But again, that concept is driving gravimetric energy density to around about 260 watt-hours per kilogram. So in there is all of the things that you've just heard of: high silicon anodes, semi-solid state, electrolyte, nano-engineered, very, very high nickel cathodes. And so, again, just echoing what's been said before. The other benchmark I put on there was the Mercedes EQXX concept, and that just echoes, again, what we've just heard around. Most of that volumetric energy density comes from getting rid of the module level, so going straight from cell to pack, but also going to passive air cooling rather than liquid cooling. So that gets rid of a whole load of other pieces of engineering that are required. But in order to do that, you have to engineer the vehicle in such a way that it's highly efficient and drops the power, the transient power load on the battery. So briefly, I've also put on here where the overlaps with other sectors are. So at the bottom, actually, I did a bit of Googling when somebody asked about vanadium flow batteries, and I discovered that the flow batteries are about 20 on volumetric and 20 on gravimetric. So they're sort of way down in the bottom left-hand corner of this chart. So not great for car applications. But anyway, at the bottom left of this chart, I think there is a real opportunity of overlap between automotive and stationary storage, and potentially a good introduction point for new chemistries such as sodium ion, which have got the opportunities again to be cheaper and to take the strain off of some of the material supply chain. At the top right, you'll see that in principle there are overlaps between all-electric flight and the supercar requirements, and that might also be a good entry point for lithium-sulfur, although I would say lithium-sulfur is still in the lab. It has issues when you charge and discharge it. It tends to pollute its own electrolyte, which is a big scientific problem that needs solving. And I put in where I think is a likely market introductory point for solid-state batteries. And I'll make a sort of more of a market comment rather than a technical comment on solid state, and that is because it's going to be expensive in the first instance. It's going to have to come in at a very, very high performance level, at a place where the price elasticity is quite good. The only thing that will drive down the price of solid-state batteries is high volume, and the only way you get to high volume is if you can start somewhere on that chart and then generate volume. So if you come in too low, if you come in the NMC or, God forbid, the LFP box, nobody will buy it. Even though it's solid-state, nobody will buy it, and we'll never get market penetration of solid-state. So there's a market issue with solid-state as well as all of the technical ones. And so the only other remarks I'll make before I close are, I would absolutely echo everything that's been said about recycling. We need, right across all of these applications, across all of this volume, we need recycling, and we need the battery passports that have been talked about earlier. We need, I think, also to look at all of the breakthroughs that are happening in digital right now, be that machine learning and other breakthroughs that are happening, and see how those can be applied. I think I got a hint on the material discovery for that cathode earlier, that you may be using machine learning to do the screening. All of that kind of technology needs to be looked at to see whether it can be applied. And the last comment I would make is around skills. So the comments I made, for example, around what you need to do to get to high, to stretch that NMC box, you need to be looking at the mechanical engineering, the electrochemistry, the software that controls the batteries, the thermal engineering, maybe even the vehicle engineering, the aerodynamics and the weight and the efficiency. You very, very rarely find all of those disciplines in one engineer, yeah? But we're going to need them, yeah? We're going to need a lot of very, very highly skilled, cross-disciplined engineers to drive this forward. And with that, I'll close my remarks. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Evo ga. Sad sam radio nešto. Okay.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I would like first to thank Neven for inviting me here, which is my great pleasure to be with you and to give my view on the battery cells situation today. So we are all well aware that lithium-ion technologies are, in fact, a key technologies enabling the present state of the electric vehicles as we know it today. Lithium-ion technologies were invented in the late 70s, early 80s, and then commercialized in 90s in electric vehicles. But it's obvious today that the development of the lithium-ion batteries does not keep pace with the requirements from the electric vehicles, which are ever growing and which keep going up every year. So what is in fact the problem? I mean, the problem is what has already been mentioned several times here, and what we've heard from the Dr. Kai and Professor Harper. Then there are several performances and several properties of the batteries on the cell level which affect slow development of these batteries. One problem is with driving range, which is closely related to the energy density. Another problem is the charging time, which is related to the power density. And finally, the cycle number, which is related to the reversibility of electrochemical reactions taking place inside the battery. So all these performances, which are not quite good today, are on the cell level. And the question arises what we should do now to improve the cell level and what directions we should follow to be able to meet these challenges and to ensure enough battery quality for the electric vehicles. So there are a couple of directions which we could meet, and there are a couple of challenges which we should face. First challenge, which is the relatively slow progress in the development of these batteries. What I mean under the slow progress. Let's say that from the early 90s, when the battery lithium-ion technology was commercialized, at that time we had a lithium battery which with the energy content of about 100 watt-hour per kilograms. Now, as we've seen in the previous slide here, we reached the energy content, energy density of these batteries about 200, 250 watt-hour per kilograms. So it's about 200 watt-hour per kilogram, which is for the LFP technology, which is the top energy density we might expect, and further increase we could obtain with another technology like the NMC technology, which is nowadays is tried to be avoided due to the ecological reasons. As a target, and everybody is considering that as a target for the energy density of the battery cells today, and as European Commission put it, for the battery cell to be sustainable and to use it sustainable in electrical vehicles, the target of the energy density is about 400 watt-hour per kilograms. So we are far, far away of this target at the moment from the practical view, regardless of very impressive number Dr. Kai showed us, that we might have nowadays even higher practical energy densities today. But it's also, it belongs to the realm of the laboratory and the short-term usage, but for the widespread practical applications, I think that the more practical numbers are 200 to 250 watt-hours per kilogram. So in order to meet this challenge of 400 watt-hours per kilogram, we could do two things. We could wait for the incremental increase further, which might take up to 10, 20, or 30 years to reach. Or we could change our approach, we could change our paradigm, and try to replace the existing lithium-ion technologies. And what could be the direction for this paradigm change? What could we do to change these technologies? Today, we have, let's say, two possible directions. On the cellular level, what we should do and what potentially might bring us more sustainable and better technology for electric vehicles to be more usable. One is lithium battery technology, which is quite different from the lithium-ion battery technology. A lithium battery technology uses pure lithium as an anode material. And if we would be able to use anodic lithium as an anode material, we would increase the practical energy density. Maybe we could double it and maybe even triple it. But as you probably know, the use of the lithium metal as an anode is avoided due to the safety reasons of the reactions of the lithium, which might lead to damage and fire and explosion. As a part of the lithium batteries, using lithium metal anode is also the technology, solid-state technology, which is developed because of the possibility of using lithium metal, increasing energy density. But there is also another challenges with these technologies which are still to be faced and overcome in order to improve and to bring these batteries to the satisfactory level. Another challenge we are facing with the development of the batteries is because we have, when we want to improve the one of the performances, for example, if we want to improve the energy density of the battery, as a rule of thumb, we deteriorate power density. We cannot, or at least it is not easy, to increase simultaneously energy density and power density, or cycle life, for example. So we should know what our application is in order to, on the cell level, increase particular property like energy density. If we want longer driving distance, we try to increase the energy density, but we lose on the power density, and charging time suffers. So there are different challenges which need to face, and hopefully in the future, and so much funds are invested, very huge funds are invested in such types of technologies. And another type of technology, apart of the lithium technology, would be going beyond the lithium ion and lithium technology as such. So a lot of research efforts today are made in order to bring new technologies and new metals into the perspective, such as, for example, sodium technology, sodium ion technology, or magnesium and magnesium ion technologies. The advantages of these technologies might be in the sense that we could use a pure metal as an anode, not intercalating ion, which loses energy density, which pays on the energy density. So there are a lot of directions which are now followed, and hopefully in the future, one of these technologies will be brought to the level good enough to be to be satisfactory for the battery, which would be used in electric vehicles. So that we could continue on the discussion.
Okay, dobro. Samo nešto da vidim.
Okay. So, hello everybody, good evening. Thanks to the organization board for inviting me. So, as you heard that my background is control engineering, so I will try to contribute to this panel with a topic from the control engineering domain related to battery cells. And what I would like to emphasize is that the battery and battery cell and the battery pack is actually a dynamic system, and one of the painful properties is its deterioration with time, since we know that different behaviors of the battery are aging this battery differently. So it is very interesting to find what would be the allowable combinations of currents, voltages, and some inner states of the battery cell, which would make the degradation smaller. And when planning how to use the battery, to try to stick to those states, stick to those combinations of variables in the battery cell that actually make the degradation smaller and thus prolong its useful lifetime. So actually this is a common issue for all battery chemistries, and as control engineering perspective provided to it from the view of dynamic systems. So I won't be touching any specific chemistry, but at the end, the AI, what was mentioned in the title, is also here to actually provide a way to alleviate the modeling of specific degradations in different battery cell chemistries, and to enable finally that the specific computational procedures can be used. So what actually is the state of the art today when we talk about BMSs who are in charge to keep the battery fit for as long as possible? So for a given battery state, they try to find what are the allowable constant currents or constant powers that can be applied over a certain short amount of time to the battery, such that they are kept within certain limits. The idea here that is like an incremental step forward is to try to see for a specific battery state what kind of a profile of current or power can be applied over a certain short time ahead, such that the degradation is kept below a certain given threshold. And when having the battery cell model as a dynamic system, when having the battery aging described as well, we are, from the control engineering perspective, ready to do such things, to characterize actually what are the acceptable combinations of battery inner variables that will keep the degradation under given limits. So the idea is to have the battery cell represented as a dynamic system and to have the degradation described as well, and introduce then degradation constraints. So the, let's say, allowed degradation speed of our battery. And now I'm talking about the procedure that can be performed offline, computed offline. So based on these descriptions by the computational geometry procedures, which we can characterize from one hand side the allowed combination of states, and from the other power inputs or current inputs to be applied as a sequence of actions over a certain short time horizon in the future, giving us finally the possibility to say to any system that uses this battery how the battery can be used safely to keep the degradation under a certain limit. Meaning that online, once such protective set is computed, you are allowed to evaluate the allowed set of actions. For instance, so this lower figure shows you that x0, being the current state of the battery cell, is assessed as a current estimate. And then for this current estimate, you are assessing here one-dimensional in this graphical representation, but actually multi-dimensional set of profiles that can be used by the system that is supplied by this battery, such that the degradation is kept below a certain threshold. So at the end, to make this procedure encircled, let's say that, of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning are very welcome, but in combination also with knowledge about electrochemistry to parameterize the models properly such that the data can be used in the best possible way, and that the number of parameters needed for characterization of this model is low, such that finally the variance of such a model at the end is low. Then, of course, a specific degradation constraint can be set. It can vary, of course. It is a matter of selection by a certain designer. Some sports car would probably be more modest in that sense, and some passenger car may be less modest and want to have, let's say, more strict these degradation limits. And finally, then comes the evaluation of such a set. So computational geometry procedure, which of course I won't be talking in any details here. And we are talking about battery cell all the time. Of course, we know a battery pack is a collection of cells. So at the end, in a battery pack, different cells are in a certain spread of states, and the robust and, let's say, a procedure that is cautious would be to take into account all such states of different cells in the battery pack, and then in an intersection of all these constraints to set which profiles are feasible to be applied. And this is online run as a sequence of multiple and dead instructions, so something that can be readily and fast evaluated once these protection sets are computed. So just a small perspective from the control engineering side, how we could help for different battery chemistries. So thank you for the attention.
Thanks for all panelists. And before the questions, I will ask the panelists if they have any comments to any of these presentations, because this was very different presentations, but if you have any comments.
Maybe I could start. I was really impressed with the numbers which Dr. Kai showed us with the technologies. I wanted to ask you, are these technologies of your company inside or your laboratory in China? The numbers you showed us. Yeah. These are the results are very impressive. I wanted to, yeah, okay.
Any other comments? If not, before the questions from audience, I will take my position to ask one question to all, short question. As I am power system engineer, and of course there is no question that electricity transition is going to renewables. But also, we know the one characteristic what is of electricity system is different from anything else. This is that each moment, supply and demand should be equal. This is the main characteristic, and for that, all this story about storage is extremely important. And my question is, when you mentioned something, but when you, by your knowledge, expected commercial utility scale battery storage, really commercial. I mean, you mentioned some, let's say, pilot project or something like this, but really large commercial utility scale storage. When you expect? Switch on.
Switch it on. Can you hear it now? Okay, thanks. So I can only speak from, again, the UK perspective. So in the UK, we have something called the National Grid that looks after the grid. And in order to hit their sort of decarbonisation targets, actually some of the grid scale installations are already happening at pilot scale. And so between, I think it's about between 2030 and 2035, there'll need to be somewhere around 40 to 50 gigawatt hours of capacity, large scale installation done between 2030 and 2035. So just to give you some idea.
Professor Kai.
In large scale, yeah, for CATL, the last year our own storage, we have around 40 gigawatt hour output. This year we around 70. I think today we already have some scale.
But is it commercial? I mean, not pilot project, really commercial that is feasible, not.
Yeah,
70 gigawatt hours sounds large scale to me.
Yes,
yeah,
large, but.
So today I think already have a start already.
Okay,
not yet, but already.
Any comments? No vision?
As far as I know, Croatia is lagging behind, but also in the future. I know that Varta wanted to implement here in Croatia some pilot storage facilities, but I'm not quite sure how far they gone in these directions, but let's say I can't say anything more about it.
Okay, thank you. Because in the previous panel there was so much interest in batteries, and now questions from audience, please. It's coming.
Do you hear me? Hello, my name is Tomislav. I'm from Rimac Technology. So, one question for Mario Vašak. So, are these projects of yours commercial? So, if we, for example, come with some cell, are you able to give us the results? I don't know, in 6 months?
Actually, the last slide was just telling the idea what we are now trying to do with company Rimac. So still nothing commercial, still to be investigated, the whole sequence step. What was done so far is to validate that we can compute a protective set for battery cells and that we can evaluate it online efficiently. What still we need to do is to do the machine learning part for the aging model of a specific cell. And it's a part of a research project that we are just applying, so something in plans, let's say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is really important because this is something that customers are now looking.
Yeah, I understand.
Maybe one of the most important things.
Thank you. Okay.
And one question, maybe in general, do you know, working with many companies, for example, Mr. Tony Harper in UK, are those OEMs are moving towards cylindrical cells or prismatic cells? Is there any trend, or is it all application related?
Short answer: there's no trend.
No trend.
I think we're seeing all of it. So large format cylindricals, so 46XX cylindricals. So we're seeing less application of 21700 cylindricals. So cylindricals moving to large cylindricals. We're seeing perhaps more interest in prismatic than we've seen in the past. So I think there will be a significant amount of prismatic. Maybe, if anything, pouch cells we're seeing slightly less going forward. So say large format cylindricals and prismatic.
Okay. By our study, CATL, pouch, not good choice. Prismatic, the first one. Cylindrical, only some case, but mostly will be that, especially the large capacity one, will be the prismatic.
Other questions? And then here.
I have a question maybe for the first speaker, but for all the panelists as well. We see first design of batteries for electric vehicles able to drive 1,000 kilometers. On the other hand, we see also further improvement in the number of cycles battery can do. I was really impressed by the 6,000 cycles you presented in your presentation. And suppose you have an electric vehicle that can drive 500 kilometers. 6,000 times is 3 million kilometers for one vehicle. If you compare it with petrol and diesel vehicles, they can drive 200, 300,000 kilometers and then they have to be recycled. So what should be the design for new battery technology? Should we aim at having batteries driving 1,000 kilometers with 6,000 cycles or with only 500 cycles? Or should we aim to have batteries with a lot of cycles but maybe a lower driving distance?
It depends on depends on the application. By the technology side, currently, CATL, we can already get the 80,000 cycles, 18,000 cycles. That's what we can get. But depends on the application. If you know some passenger car, private passenger car, so maybe 1 year only less than 10,000 kilometers. We do not need the long cycle life. Because if we get some long cycle life, we can get, but always or usually high cost. That means high price. So if we do the battery swapping, that kind of business mode, okay, long life, very good meaning, the swapping, time by time, okay, always in use. So that's long life, very, very good. So we need the long life. For the energy storage, usually 20 years, okay, large one, only 20 years, so we need the long life. But for some the passenger car, for private use, usually we do not need a long cycle. So technically, we are kind of 18,000 cycles by now.
Thank you. My question relates to battery packs that consist of many cells. Can you help me understand how the malfunctioning or the poor functioning of one cell affects the others and what one does about it?
So there's quite sophisticated battery management software within battery packs and battery modules. So the state of health, state of charge, and other parameters of each of the individual cells is monitored in real time. And if and by the way, no two cells are identical anyway. But if one cell the performance degrades significantly relative to the others, then the software will compensate for that by distributing the load, typically dynamically to the other cells, and also alert the onboard diagnostic system that if it's very bad, that there is a dud cell, and maybe advise the user to go get that service at a time of their convenience.
So the approach is isolation, basically?
But in software, yes. Yeah. And load balancing across the others.
The problem with malfunctioning cell in the stack is that if you have one cell which differs from the properties from the all other cell in the stack, what might happen if you don't have a BMS which controls all the parameters in the cell is that this malfunctioning cell is completely discharged before the other cells are discharged. And as you probably know, that lithium-ion batteries must function just at limiting voltages. And what might happen that with the malfunctioning cell that voltage polarization reverses, which could severely damage that cell and lead to the fire or explosion. So that's the reason for this. So all the cells must be equal, as Professor Harper said.
Yeah, this is, I think, probably a human psychology question, but most humans, I think prehistoric, we like margins and things. So most people, your gas tank's down to half, you get it filled. You're down to half a bottle of laundry detergent, you buy a new one. And I think people do the same thing with batteries. You know, your phone gets down to 75%, you plug it into the wall. People probably do the same thing with electric cars. And so, and I know batteries don't like living only in that sort of top band of always being charged. Is there something we can do with either battery management systems or chemistry in the battery so that we don't do as much damage to the life of the battery by always keeping it near the top end, or am I already obsolete and that problem's been solved?
Maybe I could answer if I understood your questions well. I think that the problem is related to the manufacturers because they want to increase as much as possible the life of the battery. And the usual ordinary consumers They don't care if their mobile phone goes up to 100% of charge and then loses small percentage of its capacity, because in 1 year or 2 years they would change their mobile phone anyway. So the manufacturers try to get use of it as much as possible. Another possibility is try to keep the charging process well below of the standardized 100%. But in that sense, that would shorten the lifespan, and in electric vehicles, shorten the driving range of the vehicles, which might not be perceived well from the consumers. So I think that that's the problem in the manufacturers. You could build higher energy battery, it's not a problem, but the problem is how to keep it in a small volume and try to extract as much energy as possible. This is somehow yeah.
Okay, then sure have some effect, sure, but it's depending. You know, the battery cell is an electrochemical system. It's highly dependent on the temperature. Temperature is very important. So usually in low temperature, less side reaction. So temperature is very important. And the second is that the low SOC still you need to care about. Okay, too low SOC. Usually the high SOC, we already do a lot of verification. High SOC is high, but still not so high. Because so high power point, this battery will have 4.2 volt. That do not mean 4.3 volt, you cannot do cycling. But 4.3 volt already some fast degradation. So we set 4.2 volt, that means 4.2 you can use, no any problem. And our BMS control, no any problem. Just okay, you know, just not put your car, your battery at a very high temperature, that's okay. Others, no problem.
Yeah, when you design a car, you the usability window that you offer the customer isn't the usability window of the total battery. So you it's clearly it's smaller, and so you can dynamically manage that over time. The other thing I would say, and it might be interesting to get the views of other people who use EVs, is that once you trust the range predictor of the EV, as a user, I used to tend to run it down quite substantially. I'd go to at least within sort of I wouldn't top it up unless it was about 20, 30 miles range left. So you do. I found I changed my behavior. I would in my gas car. I wouldn't let the for some reason I wouldn't let the tank go below, I don't know, you know, I wouldn't really like the warning light to come on, right? In an EV, if you get faith in the range predictor, you tend to go a lot closer to the wire. I found.
I have a question for Mr. Harper. Are you following the developments in the world regarding the factories for the batteries? So currently, do we have enough factory capacities or factories in construction, mines, and other facilities to satisfy some of your predictions about the gigawatt hours?
So I can only really talk. I can talk for the UK, and I can talk a little bit for Europe. I can't talk for other territories. So I would say in general, in Europe, for cell manufacturing for 2030, if every one of the announced gigafactories in Europe gets built, then there will be enough cell manufacturing. Yeah. If you go upstream to active cathode and active anode material manufacturing, no, it's the capacity is well behind. Yeah. So, and I think that's an issue that's recognized in Europe.
but I think it is a significant problem for this side of the world, and there's a lot of investment required to stand up active cathode and active anode chemicals processing, essentially. And then, as has been said before, if you go one step behind that into the mines, actually, by and large, there's enough minerals out there. I think there does need to be some more mining capacity, but it does take some time to come on stream. But I'm sure you'd be interested in knowing the Chinese perspective. So, is there enough gigafactories being built in China? Is there enough CAM and active anode?
I think in China, okay, the battery cell and pack capacity by now is okay. And anode cathode material supply by local more than 80%, 80 to 90% already. Okay. So in China, the whole supply chain is enough, okay. But we want to do something outside China. Okay, we want to do something.
I'd just re-emphasize the upstream materials processing in Europe is behind where it needs to be.
Any other question? Until you're seeking a question, I will ask Mr. Kai. Is battery disposal a large economical problem or is not?
Recycling currently, the recycling no any technical issue. Recycling is not so difficult. Also, your facility, we have our recycling sub plant. We have, but the current the big issue is how we get the battery from the market. This will be some difficulty. Okay, you know, battery in the end user, in the or the driver, okay, private, they have the battery. How we get the battery to our recycling plant is the channel is not so easy.
But you said technically is okay, but economically is it costly or not?
The cost in China, okay, we do some of the recycling, but for example, nickel, cobalt, and copper, and also lithium. We can earn some money in the currency. We can earn.
Yeah, I think there is a logistics issue everywhere. Actually, the recycling industry isn't really necessarily prepared to get the batteries and bring them back to where they need to be recycled. I would say in Europe, it's probably the economics are about the same. I think there is some concern about LFP batteries, whether you can get enough economic value out of recycling LFP, because it's kind of expensive, and the materials don't really have that much value. But when you're recovering nickel, lithium, cobalt, then the economics are okay.
It's good, but it's really strange that it's not economic is good, but you produce all this and then finally from waste you get, let's say, economically feasible solution.
So I'm not quite sure I understand.
I mean, to produce the batteries and all of it, it's cost something.
Yeah.
At the end you say, okay, it is still we earn some money.
Yeah, well, right now, car manufacturers, for example, need to for every car they sell, need to put about 2,000 euros to one side to make sure they can meet their liabilities for end of life. So it is a big deal.
Again, invite the audience for the question. Mario, then for you, how do you see, let's say, battery storage in buildings? Your also area is buildings, and how do you see development with batteries in buildings?
So yeah, that's
That's an interesting thing. So when you use battery as a stationary storage in the building, you do it to, let's say, shape your signature on the energy meter such that you get some gains in terms of tariffs or in terms of power, peak power reduction, or maybe for demand response, so for flexibility. And we made some research already trying to see what would be in specific conditions of specific outer conditions, having controllable indoor climate and batteries, what would be the optimal way of operation of this whole system such that you gain maximally in terms of flexibility, in terms of cost of operation for a full day. What became apparent is that the flexibility from indoor climate is much cheaper than the flexibility from the battery, because each kilowatt hour in or out from the battery means certain degradation of the battery itself. And we need to take it into account when considering the operational costs for instance, for a particular day. Of course, in a daily scale, it's really small, but we still need to take it into account to get the full picture of costs. And so the conclusion was, for instance, if you put the optimal control algorithm to decide whether or not to engage the battery with the degradation cost we used, I don't know whether that would be the right one, but taking into account the cost of new battery, the number of cycles and so on, so finally you scale down what this investment in a battery finally brings to a single kilowatt hour in or out, taking into account how many cycles it can withstand. So it was the decision of the optimal controls that rather indoor climate and its flexibility in keeping the temperature within plus minus, let's say 1 degree range within a certain set point is much cheaper to assure both flexibility and optimal operational costs. So battery was not used unless we put the degradation cost on a really small level. But hearing about 18,000 cycles of a battery, that's something completely different. Then of course this battery is coming with its kilowatt hours in and out with a much smaller cost, and then it gives finally the price in terms of the praise, let's say, in terms of flexibility you gain. So with the battery we were considering, and the rather, let's say, modest life cycle and number of cycles, it was really predicted to rather not to be used in a building, although it was there, but rather make your flexibility, make your let's say make your peak power shaving with other systems and not with the battery. Okay.
Thank you. And Professor Mandic, let's say, how do you see sustainability of large number of using of batteries? Any batteries in general.
How do we look at sustainability? And that's related to the efficiency of the cell, so, and the chemistry of the cell. So we need to improve the cell chemistry in a way that make the cell more efficient, to have better coulombic efficiency and to have less degradations, so which has been already mentioned here. And we could achieve that by improving the materials and to improving the energy losses within the batteries. So there is, in fact, there is a huge amount of money which are funded just for the purpose of making better cells and making them sustainable. And one direction is to invent new materials or a combination of existing materials which would achieve higher voltages or higher charge densities, which in combinations give us more energy density. And another way is to, from the electrochemical engineering perspective, to try to minimize energy losses as much as possible. And this is by overcoming all the over voltages which occur during the battery operation. So this is something which electrochemists and electrochemical engineers do together with the material science and material scientists who want to make better materials. So in the future, there are a couple of directions, and I believe we might reach better sustainability, longer driving range, and longer lifespan of the batteries. But we'll see what the future holds. I'm quite optimistic, but the numbers I just said, that Dr. Kai mentioned, are quite impressive, but I think that the practical values now are rather lower than this. What the values and the performances which now exist in the commercial market.
One question for Mr. Kai. Recently in many newspapers really now was comments that in the European Union that China will soon dominate the sale of electric cars in the EU. How do you see this? This is real in newspapers.
You know, I'm just a scientist, okay? No, that issue. I think, okay, it depends on if you pay emphasis on it, it will get improvement. It's no any problem. Just, okay, in China, okay, from the government to the company to the people, okay, they do a lot of the effort, okay. They like use the EV, then some policy say they can get the benefit from the EV. So we do a lot of work. So guess you know a lot of EV cars. But as in other countries, okay, if you do the same, will be had the same result. No any problem.
Main comment was that the main problem for electric vehicles is it's more expensive than normal cars today. But that China reduced the prices, and for that is, let's say, these comments that probably you can dominate, and that ordinary people can buy electric vehicles from China, what is not now possible from European Union. It's really so much expensive that it's in Europe. What was asked before to the guy from Germany, why European is delaying with development of electric vehicles, all of these very famous, let's say, car producers.
I would just to add here that the Chinese electric cars will surely dominate the European market unless political administration does not interfere. So that's the trend, and for Europe it would be very difficult to compete with the Chinese manufacturers in terms of price, maybe not in terms of quality, but in terms of price, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just an engineer, but I do work for the UK government. So my view on this would be that there's some fantastic products coming out of China. Really good quality is very good. Price positioning is very good. But we are also seeing some regulatory moves in this side of the world that might try and make the playing field a little bit more even. So for example, when UK left the European Union, there is something called the Trade and Cooperation Agreement between the UK and the European Union. And part of that agreement says that in order for vehicles to be traded tariff-free between the UK and Europe, by 2027, 65% of the value of the battery will need to originate either from the UK or from the European Union. Yeah, so that is an example of where regulation is going to try and kind of balance things out of it, and I think we'll see more of it on this side of the world.
And there is no more question for audience, and one more, Goran.
Just a short one. You showed that there is a space for improvement in batteries. So what is your opinion on the learning curves or let's say, learning rates? Shall we keep them until now, or there is progress from improvement? Or let's say we had the reduction of price, 80%, so is it more space to do that?
Maybe I'll start, and then I think as Kai showed earlier, the progress from 2012 to 2018, 2020 was very, very, very quick. Yeah, but you could argue those were easy wins. I think the rate of, I'd say the rate of scientific progress, the rate of engineering progress is kind of speeding up. You know, the tools that engineers and scientists have now to help them with their work are much better than they were 10 years ago. And the number of engineers and scientists that are dedicated to battery technology development is much higher. However, the difficulty in solving those problems that we talked about earlier to generate marginal increase is getting higher. So marginal increases are requiring much more engineering breakthrough in order to achieve them. Yeah, but you know, progress is being made. We've seen it at the cell level, but also is being made at the pack level, and is being made at the software level as well. And we're getting quite close, as hopefully you saw in my chart, to most applications, most transport applications being well served by the performance of battery technology. And I think somebody just mentioned, I think the emphasis now will be, on this side of the world, will be on cost. How do we keep that performance but get the cost? How do we drive the cost down? And we need as much innovation on cost as we do on performance improvement.
Okay, for the current the battery and chemistry, one is the lithium iron phosphate, another is NCM. These two, okay, we still have some optimization room, still have, but just like Mr. Harbour say, okay, just this curve, okay, cannot be that one. For the cost, you know, it largely depends on the raw material. For example, how is the lithium come outside, that's price. So, or the manufacturing, the cost, okay, a little bit to almost stable, almost. But still, okay, some new chemistry, still, we have some room for some new chemistry. For example, Na, that kind of Na battery. For example, some new, even all solid. For example, our condensed battery, something. You see, if we have some the chemistry breakthrough, we have some big room to improve.
At the end, I again give each of us, if you have something to add that you not mentioned before, if you need to add something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we've covered a lot of ground. Maybe the only thing I would say again, you know, because we've got a lot of academies in the room, is to emphasize that point I made on skills right at the end there. So, you know, we need our scientists and engineers to be much more multidisciplinary to solve these problems and to move things forward. Whether it's incremental or breakthrough, you tend to need electrochemists and people who are comfortable with AI, people who can, who are comfortable with software development, and, as I said, with system optimization, you also need to combine all of that knowledge with mechanical engineering, thermal engineering, structural engineering, and all sorts of other things as well. So I think the last thought I would give is don't forget that we need, in order to address this significant transformation, we need to think about how we are training our next generation of scientists and engineers.
Yeah, this is a very good message to all these academies.
No, I'm just conclude as the same as Professor Harper.
Then we should thank all the panelists. I think it was quite interesting.
Thank you very much for the panel. We now have award session. Lucas? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so please.
Yeah, that should not be visible just now.
This?
No, that.
Okay,
no.
I'll open.
No, don't display that. Okay. Because that's still secret, right?
Okay, so.
No, don't. It should not be shown yet. Don't show anything. Don't show anything. Just put it away.
Okay.
Just close it, because it should not be visible. Okay. That should be closed. Okay. I'll just start. Will you please stand by to click in? Yeah? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in between you, the session, you and the cocktail hour, which is always a dangerous place to be, but please stay on and be attentive for the next 20-30 minutes. I'm not saying that we kept the best to the end, because we had a wonderful, inspiring program today, but what is coming now is also worth looking to and listening to. My name is Lucas Noldes. I'm a member of the Netherlands Academy of Technology and Innovation and the current chair of the CAETS Communication Committee. The CAETS Communications Committee was set up to find ways of helping the member academies improve the communications of policy, educational initiatives, and the importance of engineering and technological sciences in society. The aim is to amplify our impact on governments and the general public of the countries in which we live by communicating the important role of technology in society clearly and effectively with a general audience. CAETS wishes to encourage technological scientists and engineers around the world to effectively communicate in a simple and engaging manner with general audiences, with a focus on young people and students. This is done through a competitive selection of short videos of no more than 5 minutes in length, explaining the societal importance of technological breakthroughs and engineering successes. Such videos have a dual aim of, 1, inspiring students to follow careers in engineering and technological sciences, and 2, educating the general public on the impact that engineering and technological sciences have in their lives and future. The annual CAETS Communication Prize was established to recognize the best of such videos from member academies globally. This is awarded to the most outstanding audiovisual communication of excellence and innovation in technological sciences or engineering. The winning entry will have clearly communicated the successful identification of and solution for a problem, with the outcome being of benefit to the economy or society, either nationally or internationally. This year, we received 12 nominations from 10 countries. Argentina, Australia, China, India, Korea, Netherlands, South Africa, United Kingdom, United States, and Uruguay. These were evaluated by a judging panel consisting of the chair and deputy chair of the CAETS Communications Committee and representatives of member academies currently serving on the CAETS board. The entries were ranked against the following criteria. 1, the winner should have clearly targeted at a general, non-technical audience with a focus on inspiring youth and student segments. 2, plain language, intelligible to a general audience. The video must clearly explain why the problem is important before describing the nature of the solution. 3, articulating an innovation that solves a meaningful problem using technology, either globally or locally, and highlighting successful practical application where relevant. And 4, it must be credible and verifiable. The submissions were of outstanding quality, and it was not an easy task for the judging panel to come to a final ranking. The judging process resulted in a winner and 2 honorable mentions. The honorable mentions are, and now we should display the first slide of the top one, yes. Yes, that's correct. Marjolein Helder, from the company called Plant E in Wageningen, the Netherlands, with a presentation video called Plant Power for Carbon Negative Energy Production, nominated by the Netherlands Academy of Technology and Innovation. I'm most likely the only Dutchman in the hall, so I will take this certificate for honorable mention home and hand it over to Marjolein. The second honorable mention goes to Richard Hopkins of the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, for a video called The Sunswift Guinness World Record, nominated by the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering. Do we have a representative of ATSI in the room right now? Why, that comes close. So I'd like to hand over this to you, Cass. Please take this home and hand it over to Richard when you get home. Okay, and give him a hand. So. But the winner is, the one and only winner, is Dr. Caitlin Howell of the Department of Chemical and Biomedical Engineering of the University of Maine in Orono, United States, nominated by the US National Academy of Engineering for a video entitled Deciphering Nature's Secrets, Bio-Inspired Solutions for Antibiotic Resistance. I'm going to, before we invite Dr. Howell to the stage, I'm going to read a bit more about her. Dr. Howell received a bachelor and a master degree in biology from the University of Maine and completed her PhD in physical chemistry at the University of Heidelberg in Germany. She then went on to Boston to work as a technology development fellow at the Weiss Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering, part of Harvard University, where she focused on developing and translating bio-inspired technology to the market. In 2016, she returned to the University of Maine as a faculty member to set up her own lab, the Howell Biointerface and Biomimetics Lab. Inspired by nature, Dr. Howell's group works to understand and ultimately control biological systems through surface interactions and other environmental factors. She looks to guide the interactions of biomolecules, microorganisms, and cells using non-toxic, non-invasive, surface-based methods to accomplish specific goals. Her work can be applied to medicine, to industry, and to the home. Through the development of these technologies, she also strives to understand the basic science behind biological surface interactions to provide a basis for future technologies and applications. Professor Howell's success story is a very inspiring and clear example of how engineering can help to tackle a growing problem in medical and veterinary practice, antibiotic resistance. Not by applying ever more antibiotics, but by preventing infections to occur. The jury was enthusiastic about professional video and storytelling with good language for a non-technical audience, inspiring for both laymen and students. We liked the lively combination of an engaging speaker, professional video shots, visualizations, and animations. The problem and its implications are clearly and informatively defined, using a vocabulary that requires no prior knowledge of the topic. The video continued this theme all the way through linking the solution back to the problem. It articulates an innovation that solves a meaningful problem and highlights a successful practical application. The solution is well presented and explained. It hits all the right notes. The judging panel was unanimous in its decision to award the CAETS 2023 Communication Prize to Dr. Caitlin Howell. On behalf of the CAETS Communications Committee, I'm pleased to congratulate Dr. Howell with this achievement. And I now invite Dr. Howell to come to the stage and to receive the award certificate. So, Dr. Howell, Caitlin, congratulations for this wonderful achievement. And let's show this to the photographer. That will make a nice press release. So now let's have a look at what this is all about, because for some of you the description may still be a bit cryptic. Now I'm going to try to play the video.
Video and then presentation.
And now first we do the, yes, the video.
Okay.
Full screen. Oh, let's, can you go with it?
Yes.
And we need the audio. Maybe we should pause it for a moment.
Yes. Okay.
Until we get the full screen.
Okay, here. Okay.
To get the sound on.
Yes.
Luckily for us, we have antibiotics. Unfortunately, these microphone.
Okay.
Now we move this. We need to get this. We need to route the sound to the speakers. Otherwise, you don't hear what she's saying.
Just put the microphone on the speaker.
Okay. That's a very practical solution. Why don't we try that? Simple, straightforward engineering solution.
Bacteria are around us all the time. Most of the time, we don't really notice them because they're way too small to see and they don't bother us. But we've all had an ear infection, strep throat, a UTI. These are things that are familiar across the world. Luckily for us, we have antibiotics. Unfortunately, these medicines are starting to not work as well as they used to. The problem isn't confined to just human medicine. Antibiotics are widely used in raising livestock, where they can go out into the environment and contribute to resistance there as well. These practices are projected to increase over the coming years. So, are we simply doomed to go forward into this future? No. We're human beings. We solve problems, and engineers have a critical role to play here. We are the ones who build new solutions, who take problems like this and discover how we can address it. Think about a natural, beautiful landscape, if you will. And if you really start to think about it, you'll realize that bacteria are everywhere. Yet in these situations, at no point is nature hitting everything with antibiotics across the board. Maybe there is information that we can gain from this, and maybe we can take that information and turn that into solutions for human problems. In our group at the University of Maine, we focus on bio-inspired engineering of materials. And we know that a lot of problems with bacteria really start when bacteria stick to things. So if we look at nature for an example of how nature has solved the infection situation that we're dealing with, maybe our best example is us. If you think about us and the place in our body where nature does the best controlling of bacteria is actually the place where the bacteria concentration is highest, in our intestines. It's all kept in balance when we're healthy. But at a very base level, one of the most important components is mucus. Mucus is an amazing material. At a fundamental level, It's basically just acting as a physical barrier. It is presenting these bacteria with a surface that is soft and moving and flowing and dynamic. So we asked ourselves, what if we just replicated that component? Could we get towards finding that balance that nature achieves? The answer, it turned out, was yes. We could fairly easily create a mucus-mimicking system by adding a biocompatible liquid to a very commonly used solid, silicone rubber. And we found that when we did, indeed, we were able to create a mucus-like system. And importantly, we could treat any kind of medical device that was made out of this material. And we were actually able to introduce a fluid dynamic component to that simply in the form of a biocompatible liquid that would get in between those molecules in the material. When we did this, what we were doing was giving that material a mucus-like sort of surface. So in fact, we found that we could treat any type of medical device made out of this silicone rubber material. Urinary catheters are among the most commonly used medical devices. Unfortunately, due to the nature of where they are located, they're also one of the most prone to infection. We sent these materials to collaborators who specialize in catheter-associated urinary tract infections, and the results were jaw-dropping. We found between a 90 and 100% reduction in the bacteria that were able to stick to these materials, grow, and then spread to other organs. We weren't satisfied with stopping there, though. One thing that makes natural materials so amazing is their ability to change and adapt. We used 3D printing to engineer a vascular network within our silicone rubber materials. And we found we actually had created a system that would allow us to communicate with bacteria. So we were able to listen to the bacteria. When they grow and reproduce, they create compounds, and those compounds diffuse down from the surface into a liquid that we use to fill our vascular channels. But it went further than this. We actually found that we could infiltrate those vascular networks with materials that would instruct the bacteria to do specific things. So in this way, we were able to create a communication loop with the bacteria in a way that is approaching how nature handles it. We believe that being able to communicate with bacteria in this way, in real time, is going to give us a new set of tools for being able to look at bacteria as a potential partner in health and well-being for humans. Nature has evolved over millions of years to achieve balance with these organisms, and now we are working to engineer a part of that balance into human materials and processes.
So now we've seen Dr. Howell on screen, we've heard her on screen, but she's here live in front of us, and she's now going to present a few slides with a bit more in-depth information of how this beautiful invention of her works. And then over dinner, you can approach her for questions. She'll join us for dinner. So we look forward to what you're going to tell us now and for the discussion we will have afterwards.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for that kind introduction, and thank you very much to the committee for this award. We are very, very grateful and humbled to receive it, and we're so happy for the opportunity to share this with all of you. So I say we because I'm not that great at making videos. It was my face you saw up there, but in fact, this was a huge team effort. I had two fantastic producers, Luke McKinney and Holland Haverkamp, who really helped me to communicate this message well. We also had significant support from the National Academy of Engineering at the US, particularly Eileen Erickson and Sabrina Steinberg, who helped us put on the final touches and submit it. Also, for those of you who aren't familiar with the state of Maine, we are one of the smaller states of the US, but I've put us up there in the map. We are in the corner right next to Canada, and we have a lot of beautiful nature all around us. So I'm very happy for this opportunity to tell you a little bit more because 5 minutes goes by so quickly, but I'm very excited about this work. But before we begin, I just want to take us all a little bit to high school biology and do a quick refresher about why we're here. So I'm going to tell you how to make antibiotic-resistant bacteria. So you start out with a population of mostly green bacteria, but the beautiful thing about natural materials is that they're made up of DNA, which means there's variation in every single cell. And some of our cells here are just a little bit purple. Now, we don't like green bacteria. We want them to go away. So we use green bacteria antibiotics, and they work beautifully, right? Most of the green bacteria go away, but we can't really kill all of them completely. There's still a little bit of purple bacteria, so we wait a while, and suddenly we have the bacteria back again. Now, we can't see these, so we don't realize that now we're looking at a population of more purple bacteria, and so we hit this population again. And slowly, over time, little by little, we end up with an antibiotic-resistant purple strain. Now, you may be saying, well, where does this actually happen? Well, it's happening all around the world all the time. So a patient starts to feel sick and goes to a doctor and gets some antibiotics and takes a few of those antibiotics and then feels great and says, wait a minute, I feel great. Why take medicine if you don't need it? I'm not going to take any more antibiotics. Antibiotic resistance. What about that farmer who realizes, well, if I put a little bit of antibiotics in my chicken feed, I can get fatter chickens, because if you kill the bacteria in your chickens, the food that you feed the chickens goes to making more chicken and less bacteria. Antibiotic resistance. Then all of this leaks out into nature, as I said in the video, and starts to affect the bacteria populations there. More antibiotic resistance. Folks, this is a huge problem that we're going to be facing pretty soon. Nobody wants to go back to the time where a cut finger could mean a death sentence. So we've got to step up, and it's going to take everybody, all hands on deck, all different approaches, and there's not going to be one single solution to this. But as you heard, in our group, we're taking the approach of looking to nature. So I talked a little bit about how we're using inspiration of us, and I hope you all realize that you are superorganisms. You are made of at least as many bacterial cells, if not more, than you cells, and they make up a big part of who you are. And within you, your body is keeping those bacteria in balance using a lot of different strategies, but one of the most effective is this mucus layer. Now, I love this picture. I didn't take it. This was actually done by a researcher at Ghent University, but it's a beautiful example of that Las Vegas party of bacteria on the top being kept away from those really beautiful sensitive cells at the bottom. So this system works well. Now, in the video, you heard me talk about how we can make this on a very, very common type of medical material, silicone rubber. Anytime you see a squishy, clear rubber material, that's very likely silicone. And we can actually put a mucus-mimicking layer on it very easily, simply by immersing it in a compatible liquid. And because we're a little bit more technical here, I can tell you that the way this actually works is that the liquid molecules are penetrating in between the linked chains of that polymer material. And that is what gives us that liquid-like material. It's those liquid molecules are able to move around. So I also am very happy for the opportunity to show you the data that's actually backing up the claims that I made in that video. So this was an experiment where we actually treated some of that silicone material, and then we stuck it in a beaker with this bacterium here. This is called Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and it is a huge problem in hospitals. It is very, very good at sticking to things, and when it does, it loves to grow. So we actually put our treated material into a solution that was absolutely packed with these bacteria, and we let a pump just pump this around for 24 hours. Now, I'm going to show you a picture, and in this picture, you're going to see that I have half of the tube treated and half untreated. I've stained the bacteria purple. Let's see if you can tell which side was which. This was the sample that came out of our experiment. And as we started to look a little bit more with some microscopy and fluorescence, we could see that on the side where we didn't have that mucus-mimicking layer, we had a ton of bacteria, as you can see, very dark purple. And on the side that was treated, significantly less. Now, in biomedical engineering, which is what I do, we have a saying that you can do anything on a lab bench, but all bets are off until you try it in a living system, because we are so beautifully complex that we could never simulate all the potential things that are going on in a living system. So we needed to try this in an actual living system. So I don't have the capacity to do that myself. I'm an engineer, but I'm very lucky to have some amazing biology collaborators at the University of Notre Dame who have one of the world's best models of catheter-associated urinary tract infections. So they're very good at looking at bacteria sticking to things in living systems. So we sent them some samples, and this is the first thing that they sent back to us. Now there on the left, you see The samples that were not treated, those were our controls. You can see that my collaborators, Professor Ana Lydia Flores Morales at the University of Notre Dame, was looking at protein adhesion, which it turns out is a critical component in setting the stage for bacterial adhesion, as well as adhesion of E. coli, and then at the bottom there you can see the two just on top of each other to see where they're located. Then on the right-hand side, you can see when we have our liquid-infused material, wow, these were amazing. But this is just a visual image. Let's look at the quantification. What you're looking at is the amount of bacteria, so colony-forming units, CFUs, on the y-axis, and on the x-axis you can see the different places where these bacteria were measured, the bladder, on the catheter itself, kidney, spleen, and heart. here stands for unmodified. This was the material before we did anything, and then Li is liquid infused. The stars at the top signify statistically significant differences. Now, this may not look like much, but keep in mind that that y-axis is a log scale. These results were absolutely jaw-dropping. My collaborator, who's an expert in this, said she had never seen anything work as well as this, and we are currently in talks with one of the major global suppliers of urinary catheters to see that we can get this out to help people because of what we saw here. Now, this was E. coli, but I've got to tell you another thing that gets us excited. We tried 6 different pathogens, 6 of the most notorious organisms in hospitals. And the bottom one, Candida albicans, folks, that's a fungus. That's really good because it turns out that we have lots of antibiotics for bacteria, but when it comes to treating fungi, we have very, very few options, and they're starting to develop resistance as well. So these were very, very exciting results, and we're moving forward with them. But as I mentioned in the video, we're not satisfied with stopping there. If you think about you and your materials are able to communicate dynamically with the rest of you through a vascular system, which can bring information to your cells and take information away from your cells. And we asked, could we have these materials do the same thing? Could we engineer a communication loop where we can sense what microorganisms, what bacteria are there, and then actually respond to them in real time and direct them to do what we want them to do? Well, I wouldn't be here if the answer was no. The answer was, in fact, yes. There's an example of the 3D printing you heard me mention, where we can actually 3D print an empty vascular network into a variety of materials, silicone, rubber, or polymers that are water compatible. And when we did this, we could actually begin to sense the bacteria. So we started just by looking at how many bacteria were growing. If any of you have experience in bacteria microbiology, you're going to recognize this as a growth curve. On the bottom, you have time that the bacteria are growing, and on the y-axis, you have the number of bacterial cells. And you see that the bacterial cells, they have a lag phase. They don't do anything for a while, and they start growing exponentially, and then that sort of levels off. This is the information that you get from destructive sensing. But when we put in our vascular system, it turns out that we can see something similar without even touching the cells at all. These are 2 different methods that we use to sense the bacteria: a simple absorbance measurement there on the left, and on the right, a fancier fluid chromatography method. And you can see in the vascular absorbance plot, it looks very similar to the destructive cell count. And then in the chromatography curve, you can see that red curve. Bacterial compounds are matching the growth curve, but unexpectedly, we found that we could also see the bacteria eating. The nutrients that were there started to decline as more and more bacteria were growing. So this was the way that we could use this embedded vascular network to sense the bacteria. And then finally, by controlling how we made the vascular network, we could actually control how the bacteria were growing on the surface. This is when I say we're giving them compounds that are affecting them and telling them what to do. So this was a channel system that we set up to be able to grow the bacteria in circular points. For example, to measure the effects of compounds where you don't want one compound to affect another. So I asked my students to make me some bacteria polka dots. And what they did was calculate exactly where we needed the vascular channels to be and not to be. And then when we grew the bacteria on the surface and filled the channels with a compound directing the bacteria to not grow, they didn't. And we were able to control where they grew and where they didn't. right? So we're very excited about this work, looking forward to taking it into the future and seeing what we can do with engineering hybrid living, non-living materials. So with that, thank you all very much for your attention, and let's have dinner. Suppose I will do questions after? Yeah. I'll wait for someone to tell me what to do.
Any questions?
Yes?
Yes?
Could you elaborate on your fungi work as opposed to bacteria work, which you mentioned just very briefly?
Yes, so the work with fungi was exactly the same as the work with bacteria. If you think of yeast infections, that's an example of a fungal infection. So the problem is that we have lots of fungal cells in our bodies as well. And so we were able to use the same methods, or I should say my collaborators used the same methods to be able to look at these organisms, these yeast colonizing the surface. Basically, the procedure was in a mouse model. You insert the catheter sample, and then you insert a defined number of cells, either of bacteria or yeast. And then you let this incubate for 3 days, and then you remove the materials and look to see what was sticking and look to measure where everything went. Does that answer your question?
Any more questions? If yes, there is one more question.
You just said that this could be extrapolated to the fungi, but fungi don't respond to antibiotics.
They do not. There are specialized compounds that they do respond to, but they're starting to develop resistance to those compounds. Not to scare anyone, but yeah.
Okay. You said also you did some 3D printing. What did you do? Because at one point you said that it penetrates, impregnates into the platform that you used.
Yes, please continue. Yes.
So you actually developed a layer on top. You deposited something, and then you exposed to the medium, or you actually allowed. What is that stuff that entered into the network?
I'm so happy you asked this question because I only had 10 minutes, so I couldn't go into detail. But what we actually use here is fugitive ink 3D printing. It was actually developed by Jennifer Lewis at Harvard University, an absolute pioneer in 3D printing. And the concept is that you can actually print into a liquid material a compound which will change, it's a solid when you print it, and then when you change the temperature, generally that will solidify the matrix around it, and it will turn the ink itself into a liquid. So when we do that, we can actually pull the liquid out of the channels, and what we're left with is an empty network of vascular channels embedded within the material. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's very clever, because silicon is a covalently bonded network, and to penetrate that won't be that easy, but anyway, that was very clever.
Yeah, thank you.
One more question?
Okay, as an engineer, I just have a short question for you, also as another engineer, but maybe you can answer during the dinner. What do you think? Are we humans or we are bacteria carriers? Okay, so.
That's a great question. Yeah, that's more philosophical. Let's talk about that over dinner.
Okay, any more questions?
So thank you very much for your wonderful work. So I am from Engineering Academy of Japan. And so just follow up the previous questions. Because so you had an empty region to mimic blood vessels, so inside. And have you ever thought about to putting an endothelial cell to more mimic vasculature? Because the internal area is fully covered with endothelial cells in the case of vasculature. So have you ever thought about that work?
Can you say that one more time with the, yes?
In the blood vessel walls.
In the empty vascular channels?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Have you ever thought about putting endothelial cell to culture to cover the inside of a bus grade to more mimic bird vessel walls structure?
No, I haven't. We haven't tried that, but that would be a very interesting thing to look into. Maybe we could talk more about that. If you have experience or have seen stuff like that, I'd love to get your opinion.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Thank you so much.
Okay, any more question? If not, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, I would like to thank very much all of our presenters. This means that our official agenda for today has come to an end, and I would like to invite you to the conference dinner, which will be held in a restaurant which is called Vinodol. It's conveniently located in the street of Nikola Tesla, number 10. It's within a 15 minutes pleasurable walk towards the center of the city. We didn't arrange for transportation because we expected that you would enjoy a little walk after a whole day of sitting here in the hotel. So I meet you there at 8. Thank you very much.